I'm gonna have to redo the chats. Something happened, and I am not so sure what the heck just happened. What is going on? Okay, I'm gonna get nervous now. Something just happened. Dude, I don't know.
Maybe the storm is causing some connectivity issues.
My internet is fine. I'm talking to
Well, yeah,
you.
because you're talking to me, so like,
Uh-huh. Hold on. Holy shit. I wonder if I got hit. Like, for something we said. I don't think so. It's not like we said anything. Active community strikes. No. No. That was from last year.
Bill, you do use a VPN, right?
I don't, but I can. You think they...
Well, yeah, I would suggest definitely using a VPN.
I'm putting mine on now. Holy shit. I've got one. I don't know how it might interfere with the connection though, but we're gonna have to go.
Might have been a little hiccup on the YouTube side. Who knows? But
no, I'm gonna definitely.
Shouldn't happen. Doesn't happen. I mean, I haven't seen it happen.
Hold on, I'm activating the VPN. I might have to renew it. I did. I gotta renew it. I could use the other stuff for this. But something happened, folks. We got booted. And it's not a strike. But continue. Some of the people are coming back. I'm gonna get the pop out. I see people coming.
Yeah, we're talking about the current like airspace and whatever is going on. I mean, I feel like a lot of Iranians have become expert on flight radar because of the 12-day war, because we monitored the fuck out of that website when that shit was going down. So, and you know, to those people, I really want them to think about the almost attack that happened. What was it, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago? We're gonna see that similar pattern repeat.
We're back.
A strike is imminent, unless it's from these bloodthirsty fuckers that I doubt they would care for any flights.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Dude, now you got me like thinking, I got to get my VPN running.
Oh yeah. Well, you don't click on links that people post in the chat, do you?
I try not to, no.
They try not, you know, they have a lot of ways to get to people, but you know, hey man, I don't think they're that
oh
strong.
my god!
They're that strong.
Oh my god! Something just.
I don't want to start a repeat of last night with
Dude, that had me flipping out when you said that about the list. And hello to Navi and Nick, Callie, Nick, Otter, Brian. We're back. Something weird just happened, and he's like, "Bill, you're not live anymore." So what are you talking about? It just stopped, and no internet connection problems. It was just something, I don't know. I honestly don't know what just happened. Something weird.
You know what's weird? I was checking the viewer count, and you dropped from like 80 to 30 in about like a minute. That sent like a huge, you know, it was right after that when that happened. So it might have been a YouTube server error. Who knows?
I'm glad you're saying that and not the list. Oh my god, like last night, dude, I was like, oh shit, he had to say that.
You know, fuck their list, man. I got a huge list with all of their kids and all of their... I can't wait to hold these fuckers accountable, man. I can't wait to hold these fuckers accountable. And some of the creative ideas some Iranians have, there's some really creative ideas to punish these people, man, as of late. And I can't wait to see those. I don't know what's better, to put these people, to give these people just like, you know, life imprisonment, or to take life away from them like they did. But I feel like that's such a, it's a cop out.
The
They really
Iranian
need to
people need
live and
justice, dude.
see.
Iranian people need justice.
Oh,
That,
definitely,
you know what I'm saying?
definitely.
I don't want to see us take him into custody if that would have happened. It needs to be handed over to the Iranian people to deal with it. Like if the Ayatollah was captured alive, he needs to be handed over to the Iranian authorities to have him face justice.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what?
But
And
hey, Bill, I'm looking at the flight rate. That pull over Iraq and Syria and all of that, that's still very concerning. Am I tripping about that?
wait, now what are you talking about here?
Yeah, the huge hole. There's like a place above Iraq that's just like empty.
Uh-huh.
Usually there's a lot of flights there, but we've not seen any flights in the past few days, and I know there's a lot of U.S. bases around that area. So I'm like wondering if they just assume Iran will attack. Like all these countries are just assuming that Iran will take the.
But they would definitely clear the Jordanian airspace. Tel Aviv would stop. You would see a lot of this activity here stop. If they thought there was something imminent, they would definitely stop all this air traffic coming in. And
Yeah.
you still got quite a bit of air traffic in eastern Iraq going on. But I always look to see if the ones on the top are going to continue to come down, or if they start getting diverted and heading more to the east, and that these here head more to the west, and they're starting to avoid the area. Because most of the planes here, like I said, are UAE or Iranian, and probably some Russian and Chinese that their transponders aren't on. So I wouldn't be surprised at
Yeah.
that. But if we see, because it's still not that late, if we see this change right in there, then you know something might be going down. You know?
Yeah, definitely. Last time it was up to 3 a.m. for me. So that's usually that's the point where I go like, all right, nothing's happening tonight. I get
Yeah,
up.
we still have a
3
little
a.m.
time. Yeah, we got about another hour and a half or so. But like I said, once that's the threshold. If nothing happens by then, nothing's gonna happen. I just think it's just major flag carrier cancellations where you're seeing light traffic. It is. They canceled a lot of flights yesterday. A lot of the airlines. A lot of the airlines. But you will still see a lot of the Turkish, a lot of the other countries' airlines go through. You will see a lot of those.
Yeah.
The ones that, have relationships with Iran and they go through Iraq. Like you'll see a lot of Turkish airlines going through in here, UAE, Saudi Arabia. You'll see those airlines still going on. But yeah, the other ones, they already canceled. There's so many that canceled already. Air Canada, United, you name it. There's Lufthansa. There's so many. Air France, all of them. But yeah, dude, I don't know. We're gonna, like I said, we have to keep an eye on this. What time is it in Iran right now? Like 1:45 a.m., something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, roughly. Yeah.
So there's still.
Can you ask Alexa so we can get exact? Because I'm really bad with time zones.
Alexa, what
Shit don't
time?
even make sense to me.
Alexa, what time is it in Iran right now?
It's 1:44 a.m.
Yep.
on Sunday in Iran right now.
1:44.
That's 8 hours and 30 minutes ahead of
Alexa,
your current
stop.
time in
Yeah, 1:44. So there's still a little window, I think, for tonight. I'm not saying it will. Is the carrier close to in the Arabian Sea? It should be by now. It should be somewhat close. It should definitely be. I would think be in striking range by now. I mean, we're talking about it's Saturday afternoon. I would assume that it is in a position that it could strike. Where exactly it is, who knows? But I think by now they're probably within striking distance. That's just my guess.
I feel like one of the chess pieces that was currently moved is this, the Israeli pickup.
It might be YouTube. Dude, could this be? I mean, is it? It's gone again. It happened again. They're saying. Offline again. They're going after me, dude.
These fuckers, man. These pieces of shit.
Holy.
So we're back.
What?
We're back.
We're back?
Yeah, we're back.
All right, now this is just getting bizarre, bro. I'm going to have to get my VPN set up. I don't know why I'm not doing it, especially when we're doing these kind of streams. But I got to do that later because I forget where exactly. I might have to re-up it and all that stuff. Wow. And you are off again. Do you still see it?
I still see it. I
All
still
right.
haven't hit the.
Navi's saying it's off again. I don't know what's going on anymore. But anyway, we're going to
He might be a
continue.
little.
Yeah, he might be.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm going to have to definitely reset up my VPN. This has to not happen.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have voice. You might not have voice.
We didn't muted the stream.
I'm live. I see my audio bouncing up. ET says.
Oh yeah, I definitely hear you.
All right, ET says
It
all
just-
good. Remember, yesterday we did get hit by regime bots.
A lot of
Buddy, you
the one
stubborn.
that boiled my blood the most.
I know.
I consider that motherfucker a bot just because of his mentality. An NPC comes in saying that he lives in fucking Lebanon and like, oh, Iran is great. Oh, also Lebanon is great. And how can you how can you live in another country and then be supporting of the regime? You've literally left the country because of its economic state to go get a job somewhere else that actually pays because of your education and whatever, and you're in support of them. Iran has one of the best universities on earth. Some of the most highly intellectual people graduate from that university. And, it's crazy that they can't do much with that. They can't do much with that. They can't get a job. People are 26, 25, still living with their parents, not because, a cultural thing is definitely a part of it. We're very, very much so a family-loving culture, but a lot of it also contributes to the fact that the economy is just horrible. It's just not feasible for someone even in their mid-20s or even late 30s to have their own house or start a family at the current state. But
that
unless you're a cleric,
oh my God. So how many you think support the regime? What do you think the number is? In the millions?
I think the number is super low. I think the number is so low that it's gonna be comedy once the ballot boxes come, because these people fear the ballot boxes. Like Reza Pahlavi said, why fear the ballot boxes? If you want democracy, hey, let's get rid of this regime that kill your people and let's take a vote. And if you win again, fine. Hey, we'll shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
But if you fear ballot boxes, that speaks volumes
to what the
as
people
loud as
want.
it can be.
Yep, I agree with that. I even think Armin said that. I think he said that earlier today on when they were doing the show, Goldie and him. They're probably still doing it now, but he mentioned that. I mean, really? If that's the case, I think they fear what the people really want. That's why they're trying so hard with all the propaganda and everything that's out there, because they know what the people want. They know how they're gonna, so that does make sense. What Armin was saying, totally. But dude, I hope one day that we get to hang out.
Hell yeah.
Let me ask you this question: is it Tehran?
Yeah.
Is that the place to go? Is it Tehran? Would that be your choice to say, Bill, the first place to visit in Iran is where?
I would say Tehran is a really beautiful city. It's very active. It's constantly alive. I feel like it's a city that never sleeps. If they get rid of all of these religious beliefs, we're going to see similar things being said about Iran pre-Islamic Revolution if these people go away. How these cities are going to be after, I can't tell you because and it's a weird topic to bring up. I only fear that they use human shields to hide behind them, and that's going to cause some, horrible stuff. But at the end of the day, it's war. There's always going to be casualties, and it's just something that we have to face because it's human nature. But yeah, like the chat is saying, Shiraz is a beautiful place. Isfahan is a beautiful place. I would love to take you to Alamut. Is where I'm ethnically from, like my family and all of that. We're originally from Alamut, and there's a lot of beautiful. I've never been to Persepolis. I've never been to Isfahan. I've never been to Shiraz. I've never been to Mashhad. I've only been to Tehran, Abadan, and Ahvaz. These are the few places I've been, and I barely have any memory of them because I was so young. But to me, it's just as exciting as it is for you, man. Shit,
Yeah. You haven't been there in 15
man. I've
years.
explored more of Austria than Iran. I gotta go see my own country. It feels
Oh
weird.
my
This is
God.
the identity crisis that I was talking about. It's so weird.
I don't
say,
mean to laugh,
"Yeah,
dude.
I'm an Iranian," but
I don't mean to laugh, but I get it. You haven't been there since you were a little kid.
yeah.
Oh my God. That's gonna be an amazing experience for you, bro.
It isn't it. And another thing, I don't mean to, make this all emotional, but when my grandmother passed away, I still haven't been able to visit her grave
Oh God.
to say my goodbyes or say any goodbye or, And
I don't know
thing
if
that I'm most excited about is that
I would like if you ever met my mom, you would love mom. Everybody loves mom. She's very down to earth and compassionate and loving. I would love to be a part of when you're there to go there with you. I would
love to. There's this saying that we say, I don't know if it's Islamic or not, but we Iranians say that heaven is below the feet of the mother. And, we cherish our moms. And, you're seeing a lot of brave women going out in these streets fighting.
Grandmas too.
Grandmas too, definitely. Their mothers too, but
Yeah, grandmas are out there too. I've seen them. I don't know if you've seen that one where I don't want to get graphic, but she had the blood in her mouth after. That was so powerful. Yeah. Oh my God.
That speaks volume. That woman has seen it all.
Yes. Here's some comments though. I don't know. In Esfahan, people are asking for help. People sending SOS messages. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
And Tammy says that Goldie is live and just reported that 2CTV just said all troops are in place and are on standby.
They're getting ready. Definitely the pieces are being put into place. But we can just hope, pray to whatever we believe in. Praying is really important. I'm a religious person. I believe in Jesus Christ. And I pray every night for my people, regardless of their religion, honestly, because these are humans. I'm raised on the fact that I shouldn't treat somebody because of what they believe in, because treat them differently because of what they believe in, because at the end of the day, they're my brother.
Right, exactly.
This mentality of, I try my best to shed light on what I think is hypocritical, but if they choose to believe in that, then you're still my brother. You're still of my blood. You're still a human, which is also really important.
Yes, agreed.
But culturally, I think Iran needs to have a cultural revolution more than a religious revolution. That's my personal belief. For years, they've tried to, hide away from the likes of Cyrus the Great and Xerxes and all of that. They're trying to take our history away from us and just try to focus on the golden ages of Islam in Iran and what that brought. But we had kings, man. We had kings of kings.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the titles for Cyrus the Great.
And Reza mentions that. I mean, I'm trying to get more of an understanding. The Cyrus Accords or whatever. I forgot
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he even makes reference to that.
Oh yeah.
So I mean,
it all goes back to that.
Yep. I do not know specifically the weather. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, it seems like fate is writing this because Iran is having water problems, and guess what? Which country has the best technology for water and like cleaning water? Israel, and they're just waiting there to help us. And it seems like fate and the universe is saying something, and we really need to listen to it, because the key to fixing a lot of these problems seems to is getting rid of hate, getting rid of all this.
The cancer of hate. It really is.
Yeah.
Seriously. There has to be a turning point. There just has to be that moment, the climax. Because I do believe we're on the precipice. I really do believe we're at that point. And things need to change for the better, for the betterment of humanity, period. For the whole.
I mean, what we're watching today, what we're covering every day, is one day is going to be history that is taught in schools.
That's right.
And,
yep.
It's just remember that this is not like the other times. I think a plane just popped up out of nowhere in Iran. The one that's a little and it just disappeared. Did you see
Where?
that?
No, I wasn't paying attention.
I think a plane literally popped up on Iran and then it disappeared. I don't know what that was about. I'm watching your stream. There's a delay, so I don't know. Oh, and it just popped up again. Yeah.
Which,
So sorry, I got distracted.
no, it's okay. It's okay. I wasn't paying
But
attention.
yeah, that one right there. Yeah, he just hovered over it. The second one below Tehran. But yeah, man, let's see what happens, man. I'm hopeful. And I can't wait. And I'm definitely gonna put aside all my hobbies and whatever I want to do with my life, and I'm gonna fucking roll up my sleeves and I'm gonna go back and rebuild my country. That's the one thing that I'm gonna do.
That's awesome. Again, I would love, like I said, I was telling you this, I think privately, it would be awesome to go, even if you're there and you're doing reports, videos, recorded, whatever, and showing people on the ground when that time comes exactly what it's like in Iran from a person there on the ground and showing what's going on. Because, it's hard. It's such a closed-off society now because of the government, the control of the regime. But there's going to come a day when people are going to see Iran, the people of Iran. And I think it's going to be just a great moment, like you said, in history, for humanity, and for culture, for all of us. I really look forward to that. You're going to be part of history.
Yeah.
No matter what, you will.
We've been on the dark side of history for a little too long, man. 47 years, just hanging out in someone's shadow and ideological and religious beliefs does a number to people. It does a huge fucking number, and we're seeing the backlash from that. And I'm gonna say this, not to sound, pessimistic or whatever. Even if there's a 1% chance that they might not get their answer in this life, the revenge, trust me, there's another world where they will answer for all of this. Every single bit, every last bit of warmongering and death that they've caused to their own people, I believe that there's a creator out there that truly will,
I would love to see your calendar year for your new year, March 20th. Celebrations, ceremonies of freedom.
Hell yeah.
That would be unbelievable. And if everything goes hopefully to plan, I can see Pahlavi, I could see President Trump, even Netanyahu. And I don't know, I'm not so keen about these European leaders and their backing. We see what's going on in the European Parliament about labeling them a terrorist organization, and they're calling for it, but there's hesitancy there. Spain, Italy, I forgot the other. I'm like, seriously? But it would be amazing to see that moment. And that shit should be
Bill,
televised and put everywhere.
I've purposefully delayed getting my citizenship in Austria because I just don't feel comfortable, man. I could. Tomorrow I could go there and get it. I just never felt comfortable. I'd rather have my gray passport and be known as somebody who's temporary there. That makes me feel better. That makes me feel way better. Just like Reza Pahlavi, he doesn't, I don't know if you guys know, he doesn't have a U.S. citizenship. And
but he's been here a long time.
Yeah, he's been there a long time, but he refuses to get that citizenship, and that's a thing that I share with him. And
I agree with that, though, because he's thinking about home.
Yeah, we all got to think of home every day, man. Every day we got to think of home. That's the one thing we Iranians got to. We can't let this candle go out.
Dude, there's some weird shit going on in Iran. Oh, with the flight radar, these planes are making some crazy. And it is late at night. The air traffic does quiet down, but I am not saying anything. But there's some weird shit appearing, like you said, disappearing on flight radar over Iran.
Right, a lot of weird GPS stuff is
going
on.
Yes.
Oh.
A lot of
I just saw a plane go like super fast from
Yep.
Tehran to like.
Yep. There's
That's
some
weird.
weird stuff going on.
But
Oh
that,
my God.
airspace in Iran seems very, very empty right
I
now.
made that
Not gonna lie.
mistake again. I apologize, Mohammed, to set up the translation, but joining me is Sep. He can translate. Do you want to say anything? Matter of fact, let's do that. I'm gonna be quiet now, and I want you to speak to the people in chat that are Iranian in the language. Talk to them right now. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna give you time to speak to them directly, and if they have a response, if you want to respond to him in chat in Persian, please do. So the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, before I start, for the Iranians that are going to judge me, I left Iran when I was 9. I know I can read Farsi. I can speak it pretty well, but not to academic level, the way that I'm, I would say, well-worded. درود به دوستان عزیز که توی چت هستن که اومدن اینجا با ما میشینن و این سیچویشن رو با ما دارن نگاه میکنم. میخوام بهتون بگم نگران نباشین، امیدوار باشین و یه روزی میادش که ما با هم برمیگردیم به ایران و میسازیمش از نو، قوی‌تر، بهتر و خیلی خیلی قشنگتر. امیدوارم اون روز نزدیک باشه. چون خسته‌ایم، خیلی همون خسته‌ایم. هر روز پا میشیم این خبرها رو میبینیم توی اینترنت، یه اثر خیلی بدی میذاره رو مغزمون، رو روحیتمون و میدونم سخته دوستان، میدونم، واقعا میدونم، درک میکنم و من واقعا امیدوارم. کاش میتونستم قشنگ‌تر صحبت کنم، میدونی، مثل به قول معروف برام بالا من برای یه چیز خوب بگم، ولی مثل یه آدم نرمال بهتون میگم امیدوارم اون روز بیاد و میدونم اون روز نزدیکه و تنها کاری که ما الان میتونیم بکنیم امیدوار باشیم و صبر داشته باشیم تا اون روز. خیلی ممنون برای دوستای ایرانیمون که توی چت هستن. حس تنهایی رو درک میکنم ولی تنها نیستیم. هر روز تو ذهن ما هستیم، ماهایی که تو خارج هستیم، حتی ماهایی که حتی اونایی که تو ایران هستن باهاتون هستن. شاید ما کنارتون نباشیم و تو خیابون نباشیم کنارتون، ولی بازم پیشتون هستیم و همین. بیشتر از این نمیدونم چی بگم، چون هر چی که باید گفته بوده بشه گفته شده. تو هر خانواده‌ای، تو هر زنگی که به ایران میزنیم و میترسیم چی پای تلفن بگیم و اینجور چیزا، یه جوری با هم دیگه حرف میزنیم که اون روز یا دور نیست. من میدونم همتون هم میدونید، یا یه حس داخلیه یا یه حس که ما نمیتونیم بگیم از کجا میاد، ولی هممون حس میکنیم که نزدیکه. ولی میدونم که سخته. اینو درک میکنم. بیشتر از درک کردنم کاری نمیشه کرد. صدا رو میشه پخش کرد و میتونیم به این رسانه‌های خارجی بگیم که چی اتفاقی در ایران داره میفته و اینجور چیزا، ولی نگران نباشید. و خلاصه همین. فکر کنم بیشتر از این دیگه فارسی من قوی نیستش که چیزای قشنگ‌تری بگم. But yeah, that's about it, man. I had a heart-to-heart talk with the Iranians. They're all typing in chat.
So I was going to say, you want to respond to what they're saying in the chat in Persian?
Yeah, there's just a lot of beautiful and, hopeful messages. And I did respond to one of them. I think Muhammad is saying that he feels alone. I was saying him that even if he feels alone, we're with him. Mentally, we keep them in our minds every single day, every single second. And, we try our best to keep their voice strong on the outside. That's the best we can do. The Iranians outside of Iran, that's the best we could do is to share your voice as much as we can.
But you got to also tell them whoever's, if anyone is in Iran, they have to be very careful.
Oh yeah. دوستان عزیز اونایی که تو ایران هستن لطفا خیلی مهمه چیزای شخصیتون رو توی چت ننویسین یا مثلا هست کجا هستین تو کدوم شهر هستین و اینجور چیزا خیلی خیلی مهمه که اینجور چیزا رو نگین. ولی اگه خبر مهمی هم اومدش که مثلا به ما رسیدش که ما لایو هستیم، من 100% به فارسی ترجمه میکنم تا جایی که میتونم، تا توانم هست. و تا اون موقع خیلی ممنون که دوستان اینجا هستن، تو چت هستین، میخواین به فارسی بنویسین، من میخونم تا جایی که تونستم و جواب میدم. بازم خیلی ممنون. وحید جون، من اگه نتونستم به فارسی مثلا بعضی کلمه‌ها رو بخونم میگم که برای من به فینگلیشی، اگه فینگلیشی بنویسین خیلی بهتره. خدایی من خدایی از 9 سالگی کتاب فارسی هیچی نخوندم، فقط فیسبوک و اینجور چیزا. ولی بله خیلی ممنون. Yeah, I did tell him, and I told him that if any important news comes up, I will quickly translate it. You know, hello from, oh, we're getting a lot of people from Iran. Beautiful, man. Beautiful.
I'm like I said, I'm sitting by. I'm letting you take, because there's a lot of responses coming in. Like I said, respond to them, because it's so important to respond to them that are in Iran. This is so important because they're not going to understand what I'm saying, but they're definitely going to understand what you're saying. So feel free to respond to any of those comments.
There's a lot of requests for like translation and like captions and whatever, and I told them that if any important news happens, we will definitely, I will definitely report on it. And also, Mohammed just said, we're in Iran, we're not scared, and we will fight till the end for Iran.
That's beautiful.
It is very beautiful, man. And these people, I mean, these messages that I'm seeing in the chat, they just put a smile on my face. I see that my people are not scared. I see that they're fighters, that they have huge balls, man. Huge, massive. I can't imagine what these people are going through. I can't imagine this living nightmare.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's people in this chat, and I'm sure they have too. The ones that are from Iran have lost family members, friends, etc. Or, you know.
اگه سوالی دارین میتونین تو چت بنویسین، من بهتون جواب میدم. و oh, Mishima is back, one of the regime supporters. Beautiful. You got this fucker too.
I know. But it's all about the majority. You know, there's always going to be others that do not agree. But you are definitely reaching the voices that want to hear what, you know, the communication that you're giving to them. So that's important, you know. It's for those who want to listen, and you ignore those that do not, because simply, you know, they stand in a different perspective. But it's important for you to speak to the people that are speaking out and trying to relay their voice and their concerns and everything that's going on. And with you, you know, speaking the Persian back to them, that's so important. Because they don't understand.
شرایط منطقه رو میفرمایید. دوستان عزیز، شرایط منطقه الان خبر جالبی نیستش. ما که الان اگر روی استریم نگاه کنیم میبینیم که ایرسپیس ایران خالی هست، ولی اگه ضربه از اسرائیل یا از آمریکا بخواد بیادش، ما اکتیویتی کمتری میبینیم. ولی الان تا جایی که ما داریم میبینیم، امشب درصد زدن از اسرائیل یا آمریکا، من میگم 20% یا 30%. شاید امشب نباشه، شاید هفته دیگه باشه، ولی 100% میزنن. اینو میتونم بگم و نگران نباشین. امیدوار باشین. امیدتون رو نگه دارین. این خیلی مهمه.
Cool. Whatever you said.
They were asking for the current situation in the region, and I explained them that, you know, we're seeing activity in the airspaces. The chances of Israel or America striking Iran, I would say, is at around 20% right now with what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's low tonight. I think it's going to happen more next weekend. I honestly do. I don't think it's happening.
Yeah, that's what I said too. Yeah.
But dude, you know what this means, right? You're gonna have to come on with me more often.
Yeah, dude, I would love to, man. I would love to. If I had the mental capacity or if I had the time, I would be live streaming myself, you know. If I had the vocabulary to speak as beautiful as some Iranians do,
Yeah.
which I'm really jealous, man. I'll definitely work on my Farsi to get it to that articulate, beautiful poetry, you know. The Farsi language is like poetry with every sentence that you say. It's yeah,
But
it really puts an effect on people.
they're saying that you did great. I saw somebody mention that in chat above. Um, your Farsi was
Yeah, they're being
great.
kind. They're being kind. They're just being, you know, they're just gassing me up.
Oh my gosh. Sep, I'm in Canada. This is Navi. You see what he's saying? We are praying
Yeah,
every
yeah.
night more than 300 people at 10 p.m. for people in Iran. We message each other. And somebody else said to use Google Meets. Harry, just let them.
میتونی در ایران بشین گوگل میت با دوستانتون هستن ما همشون همیشه در تماس هستیم میتونی در ایران کناک بشین گوگل میت دوستان با من و خودم از لندن باهاشون از همونجا در تماس هستیم خیلی خوب خیلی خوب خیلی عالی خیلی عالی Yeah, he's saying that he's in London, and he's using Google Meet to stay in contact with people in Iran. If that's, I translate that correctly, guys.
Dude,
I'm a little nervous reading this part.
Dude,
I'm not gonna lie to you, man.
look, Tammy's saying you did
I'm
fantastic.
say the wrong thing. I read the wrong message.
It looks like you passed the test. So I'm seeing a lot of comments. And somebody also said, please let people know that Iran will become Iraq or Syria. It will be a quick mission and the prince will take over. Well, we hope that happens. That it'll be quick.
Iran. Yeah, no. Iran won't turn into Iraq or Syria. Again, we have to look at stuff culturally. You know, it's a cultural awakening in Iran happening right now. People are getting connected to their culture and their history a lot more than something that was forced onto them 2,000 years ago.
Yep.
And, you know, that's the beautiful thing. We're going back to what matters, which is our history. And we're building Iran on the basis of that. And I doubt that that will happen. There will definitely be opposition groups. There will definitely be civil war. I'm not going to deny that. We'll definitely see that. But trust me, at a snap of the finger, they'll be gone.
I agree.
They'll be gone. I'm hopeful. These people, you know, just as much as we put up a fight, they'll try to put up a similar fight, but it'll result in nothing. They'll just be wasting their time. And, you know, they'll see. It'll take time, like everything. Everything takes time. But once that day comes, yeah, it'll be great.
Let me ask you this question, and maybe this is something you can do. Ask them in Persian if there's any message that they would like people to know, and then you could translate it to English. Any message that they would like to tell everyone else in the world, you know, like to get their message out. Ask them if there's something that they would like to say right now. What would that be, you know, going out to everyone here, and then we can translate it to English. You could translate it.
دوستان عزیز بیل میگه اگه مسیج خاصی داشتین برای اونایی که خارج از کشورند خارجی یا ایرانی ها فرق نداره و میخواین صداتون پخش بشه و این مسیجتون برسه به دنیا میتونین تو چت بنویسین من ترجمه میکنم تا حدی که میتونم و ما صداتون رو میرسونیم به اونایی که باید بشنون و خودم هم هر روز کار میکنم اینی که صداتون برسه تا جایی که میتونم. And yes, so اگه مسیج خاصی دارین بنویسینش توی چت و من میخونم و ترجمهش میکنم. خیلی ممنون.
And look what user said. I'm a British Iranian veteran who served in the British Army. It's time for me to come back and help my own monarch Reza Pahlavi. That is honorable. That is awesome.
Beautiful. We would love to see.
I'm getting the chills.
Rebuilding of the crazy army that Iran had back then. The organization of it.
Do you realize
the message of it?
Do you realize the global outreach of Iranians that left the country they would go in droves back to the country to help rebuild it? You know that. You're one.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it would be.
I'm on the first fucking flight. I don't care. Civil War, I don't care. Hey man, I played enough Call of Duty to hold a gun. I take it, but
Don't mention about the 20 lists. Then we're good. I mean that freaked me out last night. Oh my god! I was like, oh my god! Oh, last night was a moment. Listen, people who want to see freedom, and I say that because some people, and there was a comment earlier. Why do you care? You're not Iranian. People like I'll just say like myself. I'm only speaking for myself. We want to see people live in peace. We all humans. We all share this planet together. It's all about love, understanding, respect, compassion, wanting to see other people live peaceful, prosperous lives. I mean, I lived in New York City. I know what it's like. I've seen the bad side. I've seen the good side. I've experienced so much in my life. It would be beautiful to see other people. Every Christmas, and I'm just mentioning Christmas, Mom and I, we buy gifts and we bring it to the Salvation Army. Food, pantries, all that. If you have, it's a beautiful thing to be able to give to people that are less fortunate. It's part of being human and caring and compassionate. The positive things in life, not the negative, the positive things. There's no reason you should not look out for your fellow human being in their time of crisis and need. And trust me, it happens in this country too. I mean, with the homeless, the veterans, so many people suffering. There's so many people in this country living check to check, worrying about food on the table, paying their rent. There's so much. So this is a human condition. No one wants to see what's going on in Iran or anywhere else in the world, people suffering unnecessarily because of the conditions of what's going on in their country. Period. And if you speak for democracy and you're a person of democracy and democratic values and freedoms, you should support this. There's just it's not political. It's about your fellow human being next to you or around you. Men, women, children, whoever, it doesn't matter. That's the bottom line. That is truly the bottom line. Is there anything? I mean, am I like for real, dude?
You're saying what needs to be said and what needs to be the consensus. But some people they don't understand that. Some people just don't get it. It's either because of their intelligence or the lack of education or whatever. But Iran has been always a culture that goes against tyranny and all of this. I think one of our kings was one of the few kings way back 4,000 years ago or something. We were one of the first civilization to completely abolish slavery. Yep. And this is what we believe in. We can't live under a tyrannical government like this. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't add up with our culture. Look at how President Trump speaks about our people. Ancient people, ancient culture, beautiful, smart people.
Yeah.
And they're hanging people? That doesn't add up. That's not us. That won't be us.
Respect and admiration of the culture.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm being honest, and people that know me know this. I help my neighbors. I help all the people around me. Like, I wasn't expecting it. And I'm just going to give you a little background. My neighbor that owns the house next door, he lives in New York City. And he's from Turkey. He trusts me to watch over that house. There's tenants living there. I am the caretaker of that property. Today, he calls me, says, can you meet me at, because he was in the area, and he brought me a gift. This is a Christmas gift, and he brought me apples. When it's neighbor looking after neighbor, regardless, if they are in need, they know they can call me. I will be here to help them. And that's what people need to do. Help each other. Regardless.
Just like we did in World War II, man. We took so many Polish and Jewish people and all of that. And the least the Iranian people are asking is a little bit of that courtesy back. Now help us.
Exactly.
Help us from this occupation.
Yep. I totally agree. You are not going to detect any fighter, aircraft, anything like that on flight radar because those transponders are off. They're not going to tip what's going on if anything is going on. You might see some tankers. You might see some Poseidon Navy vessels or drones, C-17s. You might see some of that stuff. You're not going to see, even though there's one in Qatar that's been flashing on and off for like the last 2-3 weeks, either a Typhoon or F-15. But that's about it. You're not going to see much. There's no way. They're not going to tip their hand. They're not going to show you what their movements are. That would be foolish. But the clock is ticking. It is almost what? Let's see, 6. Oh my gosh, it's 2:30ish, 2:30, almost 2:30 a.m. in Iran right now. So I'm not thinking tonight either. I'm thinking next week, right now. You said it, the 31st. My friend told me on the phone. My military buddy told me it's not happening this weekend. It's gonna happen next weekend. So, we'll see. But you never know. I'm just saying the likelihood of tonight is like you said earlier. 20%, it might be dropping now below that. Just saying.
This fight that the Iranian people put up, it's not going to go unnoticed. And it's not going to be for nothing. Trust me.
I agree. No, I agree with that. Let's see what else is coming in. Well, listen, it's an honor to be here with Sep. And hopefully I can convince Sep to come on more often, especially due to the lack of communication for our Persian friends in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's important for them to voice what they're saying. I don't know what Mamutit said. Do you know what are they saying now?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that he said that he's been using Google Map to find one of his friends when he was 4 years old.
Wow.
And he is trying to get in contact with his old friends in Iran. And I think that's what the translation would, if I'm wrong about that, but you can correct me. But it seems like you're Hisham Salati Farsi. But I think that's what he was saying. Temsa is saying tonight is late. And I think Shamba is Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. They should start on Saturday. So he's projecting that it'll be either on Saturday or Sunday, which it falls on the weekend, which could be the case.
Well, it's Sunday morning. It's Sunday morning technically now in Iran.
Yeah.
Right? I'm thinking more. I think after the markets close on Friday here, it would be Saturday morning local time in Iran. We might see something happen next week. I'm just
4
saying.
a.m. Israel attacked at 4 a.m. That could be the case. Again, I'm not really well versed on military stuff, but I'm scratching my head lately because why does it need to be night for them to attack? Is that stupid to ask? Bill?
Tactically,
educated?
Tactically, it's smarter because there's less visibility. You're dependent. It's not so much the visual now of actually seeing the aircraft, or it's just for detection purposes. It really does. It really, I mean, nighttime is usually under the guise of night. It's just better strategically to do it than daytime.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Not that it stopped the 12-day war. You saw missiles going on in the day, the night. You know what I mean? It didn't matter then.
Yeah, I mean, we might see a similar thing. Iran might have technology that allows them to track these missiles regardless, and they're like, "Hey, fuck it, let's just hit him."
Oh my God! Look, here's my neighbor. Watch this. My neighbor. Watch this. She's probably gonna ask me about the snowstorm. Watch. Hi, Margaret. What's happening?
Hey, how are you?
Good.
I want to let you know I filled up my 5-gallon can with gas.
Mm-hmm.
So if you need gas from the snowblower, because I know it's going to have to be the driveway, everything's going to have to be done a few times.
Mm-hmm.
So I want you to know that I have it.
Yeah, I'm ready too. I got gas, but if I need gas, I'll definitely come up to you and grab some of yours.
Oh, absolutely. That way, because with the amount that they're talking about, and with the wind, it's going to make it a little hard to clean. So I know it's gonna take a few times to do it. The only blessing we have, it's gonna be a light snow.
Yes, it's gonna be fluffy. It's gonna be it's powdery.
Right, so it'll blow far. So,
I will be trying to remove it every few hours so it doesn't accumulate to 2 feet.
That's my goal. I looked and it's saying now that it's supposed to start between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And then they said by late morning, we'll be getting it like 1 to 2 inches an hour.
Oh my God.
Yeah, up till about 4 o'clock ish. So I'm figuring I'll probably be out there by, I don't know, 10:30, 11 o'clock the latest. I'll see how it's going.
Call me.
Yeah.
Call me, but you know me. I'm always out there. You know how I am.
Right. It's just they said that from mid-morning to early, around 4 or 5 o'clock is when we're going to get
The heaviest.
the heaviest, amount.
Okay.
And then it'll, slow down. So.
Well, call me if you need me, and you'll see me out there tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, have a great night.
All righty, you too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That's funny. I was talking about the neighbors, and she calls me. You see? That's a perfect example. So, yeah, I don't think... I mean, you never know, but if nothing happens in the next half hour or so, I don't see nothing happening tonight. Let me see what's going on in here. No, okay. Please let people know that direct international calls might be intercepted. That's why we were trying to relay that message. You people need to be safe because they purposely might give you access to trap you so they can track you. Be very careful. Be very careful because they may be doing that on purpose to trap you.
Let me tell you something, man. Despite all of this threats and being scared of like calls being intercepted, the Iranian people, they seem to not care and still fight through that, even with that threat looming above their head.
Yep.
Right? They still make calls to like outside of Iran, televisions and whatnot, like Manaflu TV, and they still tell of the horrific stuff that they've seen in those few days, and they still share it. But they still need to be careful when they're speaking to their families, and if they're calling, the outside international. I think they do take precautions to like use a, throwaway SIM card or stuff like that. They're still pretty easy. From what I've heard, it's still pretty easy to get your hand on a SIM card that necessarily isn't tied to your name and stuff like that. But I'll translate it in Farsi because they ask.
Go ahead, do it.
ازش که تو ایران هستن وقتی به خارج زنگ میزنیم و اینترنشنال زنگ میزنیم لطفا مواظب باشین که چیزی سیاسی پای تلفن میدونم که براتون واضحه اینجور چیزا، ولی یکی از دوستامون توی چت میخواستن که ما اینو بگیم و اینو براتون پخش کنیم. خیلی مواظب باشیم و میبینین که حتی خارج هم هستیم یا حتی نمیدونم ایشون خارجی هستش یا نه، براشون مهمه که شما سیف باشین و بله. خیلی ممنون دوست عزیز. User IL6RF8K4D, thank you so much for that message, man.
So hopefully things will... One thing, let's just be clear. When this, I'm not even saying if, when this happens, it's going to be big. This is going to be big. I don't know in my lifetime. I know that, I've seen what happened in Iraq and, when the whole Kuwait thing happened years ago. I think this is just going to be so big and massive in scale that I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen what could be eventually happening in the next days or weeks, whatever it is to come. I think this is going to be overwhelming force, and it's just going to be like a shock and awe all over again. That's just my opinion. Just my opinion. Temsaz, I got a message for you, Sep.
Let me see, where is it? سپس چقدر به کلاس فارسی حرف میزنی، rich accent داری. خیلی ممنون. Thank you so much. He said he said I speak Farsi with class. I try to, man. I try to. این چیزایی هم که تا جایی هم که میتونم صحبت کنم به خاطر این چند هفته است انقدر پشت این رسانه ها ما نشستیم و انقدر گوش دادیم فارسی منم خدای خیلی بهتر شد. یعنی قبلش خوب بود، اکسنت که ندارم، ولی این کلمه های گنده بزرگ بود گنده به قول معروف کلمه های سخته رو تا جایی که میتونم میگم. خیلی ممنون تمساشم. Thank you so much, Temsa.
And now, as the same way you're complimenting him on his Persian, some of you that are not in Iran and looking to go back, you better stop practicing.
Oh yeah.
You better stop practicing so you're ready when you go back home. For real. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
you know, I mean, like me, my mom, she's Puerto Rican. And my father's Italian. And it wasn't spoken in the house. So I understand Spanish, but I can't, I speak the worst Spanish, forget it, done. And that's bad. So if I went to, say, Puerto Rico or somewhere that speaks Spanish, I'm toast. I can understand it. But, so the same way I'm saying it, if I was, you gotta start practicing your Persian, folks. If you're going back to your home country, Iran, you might want to stop.
Definitely.
You might look. I mean, he's doing a good job. You guys are all complimenting him, but some of you may have to start getting your Persian in order, the language. I'm just saying.
We need to get that in order so we can educate people
That's right.
from what we've learned from Western values and why that's important. You know, the world is trying to tell us that the Western world is evil and Western values are bad, while living under it and being able to criticize it. The hypocrisy. Holy. But yeah.
Can you imagine? I like I said, I can only imagine this. The emotion of people getting off planes and coming into the airport terminal and seeing their family members they haven't seen and thankful that they're alive and, you know, all that. Oh my God. That's going to be such an emotional for so many people. Oh my gosh, dude. You included.
Yeah, man. I remember leaving and I kissed the ground. I was 9 years old. I kissed the ground before I left.
Wow.
It's just doesn't matter what age you are. It doesn't matter what for most people when they were ready to say that goodbye, it did a number on us, man. And that pain didn't go away for a really long time.
It's traumatic. It's
personal
PTSD.
life.
Yeah, it's traumatic.
It is. It really is. But we
Oh
fought
my
against
God.
it. Once I saw what they were going through when I left, I toughened up. I'm like, okay, I'm in safety now. What I need to do is just focus on, now that I speak German, now that I speak English fluently with no accent.
Dude, you speak
you
speak better English than I do, dude.
Thank you, man. I grew up on internet, man. What can I say?
Oh my God.
A lot of Iranians do, man. We're really good with language, and it's that like, if you want to learn other languages, starting with Farsi kind of gives you the foundation for other languages. And I think that's why it's so easy for a lot of Iranians to like get languages down and like get rid of that accent. Iranians have a really funny, sweet accent. I love the accent, but I tried my best not to have that accent for some reason.
Just do me a favor. No, like I said the other day, no, don't you try to sneak me no brains and tongues. But there's a very,
See, man. We'll see. Maybe. Hey, man. Hey, you gotta try it. Hey, man, just a nibble. Just a nibble.
Listen, there's an important message coming in from Kaki. Hello from Iran. They are doing mass arrests. Help us. Oh my God.
It's horrible. It's horrible to hear. The fact that these fuckers have time to do all of this while they're under threat, the fact that they're not running into their little mouse hole and doing all of this, I compare them to like zombies with weapons.
They're fucking terrorizing the people house to house.
It's horrible. Your SOS is heard, help will come.
I pray for that. I pray for that. There, look, he said they even supplied her. We've seen that. We've seen that on post the last few days. They're going door to door, and who knows what's going on. I mean,
پخش میشه دوستان عزیز. میدونیم ما در خارج همه رسانه هایی که هر جا شما فکر کنی این خبر رو پخش میشه، چه رو توییتر، چه رو اینستاگرام، چه تو وبسایت هاشون، همه اینا پخش میشه و مردم خارج میدونن. تا که کمک نیومده جوری که ما فکر میکردیم زودتر میومدش، دلیلای خاصی داره. ما نمیدونیم اینا چجوری فکر میکنن و چجوری پلناشون رو میسازن، به خاطر اینکه آخرش میدونین این آدمای پالیتیشن ها خیلی سخته که فهمید چجوری حرف میزنن. من میگم اونایی که میخوان بفهمن ترامپ چی میگه باید برن دانشگاه ترامپولوژی بخونن، چون خیلی واقعا خیلی سخته. چیز ساده ای نیست، ولی تا جایی که معلومه فکر کنم کمک تو راهه. یعنی مطمئنم تو راهه، نه تا بگم فکر کنم، میدونم که کمک در راه هست.
I'm not seeing much coming into Tel Aviv.
Oh yeah, they shutting that shit down.
I see one going out. This is Israeli. ELY. That's an Israeli flight. Yeah, see? Israel. I'm starting to see less. Then again, it is late hour there. I'm just saying, dude, it looks like there might be less. I don't know if these landed or are taking off, but what the fuck is that in 3 in a row? Excuse my language.
I want to translate what Temsa is saying. He's saying,
Go ahead.
Step, we who work remote, so a lot of people work remotely from Iran, and they've been laid off because of these few days with no internet. And he's saying if help doesn't arrive, directly translate, we're going to be fucked. That's what he's saying. He used those words. Like, exactly. I don't want to take away from what he's saying. So.
Wow. Dude.
I mean, it's horrible. It's horrible.
See this traffic. Are you watching the screen at all or no?
I am. There's a little bit of a delay. So if you see anything, if you tell me, like.
There still looks like there's a lot of traffic is coming into Iraq, northern Iraq. I'm not seeing anything. You know what I mean? So I'm not seeing a shift in a pattern right now. Because you would have thought if there was anything, they would have started to divert. And there's still a lot of air traffic coming up from the south into Iraq. Just saying. So
I'd say the cards are still on the table, especially with how egotistic and full of themselves these guys are. They're going on their state television showing drones and singing songs about leaving Tel Aviv and Jerusalem in ruins.
I saw that.
So yeah, we there is a chance that they're gonna do some really stupid thing because they're on their last leg.
Yeah,
they
I
are
agree.
on their last leg.
I agree, dude. That's why I'm a little concerned, if they would do a preemptive strike against Israel. I'm just a little concerned, just a little. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying little. Got to just think about that possibility. And you never know. They're capable of launching it at any time. I mean, really, because if you look at the 12-day, they were launching it in the day, the night. It was just like drones, missiles. It didn't matter because they had to consider the time it took for especially the drones. They were slower to reach there, and they're trying to time it where the drones are coming in, when the missiles are coming in, so they would the Iron Dome would have problems getting all these targets, overwhelm the system, kind of a deal. So you never know what they're capable of, thinking of doing. I wouldn't count anything right now out of the question. No way. We just gotta, like I said, I'm gonna keep an eye on this. But it's 108 there. But yes, right now it's getting close to. It's like 2. What is it? It's almost 3 a.m. It's closing in on 3 a.m. in Iran. Alexa, what time is it in Iran?
It's 2:40 a.m. in Iran right now.
2:40 a.m.
Yeah, it's
3 a.m.
I still.
You still think?
I usually, again,
4 a.m.
for me. So
3
in
for
the
you?
next 3 hours, it's still, yeah. I'd say.
You
the cards
think
are still on
so?
the table.
You think so? What would the latest you think that we'd see something? Would you say 4 a.m., 5 a.m.? Sunrise, I
we
think.
can definitively say nothing's happening in an hour or in an hour and a half.
All right. So again, when do you think the window would close where you say, nothing's going to happen?
2 hours, 3 hours from
Okay.
now.
Really? You'll go that much?
Yeah. I mean, there's reports coming out that like, the Jordanian one, and now they're like releasing the list of people against the military action in Iran and people that are for it. And it's just with all of this coming out, it's just, we have to see, because they don't let stuff out for no reason.
True.
There has to be a reason for all of this, because it's all coming out of nowhere that like, oh yeah, JD Vance, Marco Rubio, they all want the attack on Iran, this military action. And it's just a little bit of a weird timing to drop it tonight. And who knows? But there's a lot of stuff going on in America right now with Antifa and all the Minnesota protests and all.
Yep.
I don't know how that's going to affect all of this, but I'm sure it has some sort of a implication on it.
Yeah, I'm looking. Oh, that was 16 hours
So,
ago.
let me translate it. خبر رسیده که براتون بزنید دقیق بخونم الان بدونین. اومده یه رسانه مهیان اسرائیل اومده گفته، میگم بخشید، اسرائیل حیوم گفته اونایی که میخوان میلیتری اکشن در علیه ایران انجام بشه، آقای وایس پرزیدنت جدی وانس هست، Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Defensive Secretary Pete Hegseth, if I'm saying his name right,
yes.
I guess I should درست میگم, as well, و اسرائیل، United Arab Emirates و بریتانیا که میشه یونایتد کینگدم. اینا همه میخوان که یه اکشنی بر علیه ایران انجام بشه. و اون چیزی که من گفتم مثلا عجیب غریبه که این خبرها الان امشب داره میادش بیرون، به خاطر اینکه نمیدونم، ما چند هفته داشتیم که اصلا نیومده بیرون کی میخواد این اتفاق انجام بیفته و کی نمیخواد این اتفاق انجام بیفته، ولی الان داره خبرها میادش بیرون، سریع هم داره میادش بیرون. حالا ببینیم چی میشه. یه دلیلی باشه. حالا دوستان از اگه امشب نباشه 100% هفته دیگه، آخر هفته این اتفاق انجام میشه. یعنی مطمئنم این ماه هستش. امیدوارم آبرون نباشم، ولی تا جایی که میدونم فکر کنم این آخر هفته باشه.
I don't know if you've seen this.
Yeah.
But I think I'm going to share it. Reza Pahlavi is sharing some stuff. He's reposting from his communications. I'm gonna. Do you want to see it?
Yeah, sure.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna bring it
by
up.
the United States and ground strikes.
And this is on that. He was on Fox News. And I'm gonna. And it's in Persian too, but this one right here. Let's play this.
Talks might be in the works. He talked about the devastation to Iran's nuclear program by the B-2 strikes that were carried out by the United States and ground strikes that were carried out by the Israelis. But there is a lot of discussion in the things that President Trump is saying about negotiations and talks with the Iranian leadership. What do you say to President Trump about that suggestion?
Look, President Trump is a man of his word and he's a man of peace, and he does realize that the best way to protect lives is to take away the instrument of repression that has been a reason for this number of people killed. So in the equation and in the balance is what is the most effective way to stabilize the area, and we all realize that the best way to put an end to radicalism, to terrorism, to the nuclear threat, and everything else that this regime has provided our world with can only be eliminated in one shot by this regime collapsing. What's happening now is the regime, as I said before, is on the verge of collapse. What will expedite its demise and will facilitate a transition to stability and peace is its disappearance. And the people of Iran right now are the boots on the ground fighting. They do need, however, air cover when they are totally unarmed vis-a-vis a very brutal regime. I don't think there's anything left to negotiate other than this time siding with the Iranian nation, with the Iranian people, who clearly state that they are no longer want this regime. They're rejectful of this regime. They hate this regime. And it's a people that, unlike a regime that has chanted death to America from its inception, actually love America, want to be partners with America, and want to be an element that contributes to regional peace and stability, working together with our neighbors. A completely different picture that we currently have with this regime. This is what's at stake, and I think this president understands this as well.
So that, I think that was an older clip, and then he put this one up when he was at the Economic Forum. I want to just play this quick.
Can't say that. I don't want to say it.
Killing people, will you go back? And
Well, I don't want to talk about that because I don't want to put myself in a position. I can't say that. I don't want to say it because I think it would be stupid for me to say that.
Okay, with that, we bring in exiled Iranian Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who says that the regime is on the verge of collapse. Crown Prince Pahlavi, thank you very much. It's good to have you back on the program, sir.
Good to be back, Martha.
So she's doing, this is the same, obviously, this is the same little clip that he's reposting from his interview. But then there was an interview he did with a German channel, Germany's Channel 1. I think this was last night. Have you seen this yet?
I have not. No.
Okay, why don't we play this?
Habe ich ausführlich gesprochen.
Oh my God, it's in German, but it's translated, so maybe you can, after we'll watch the clip, it's quite long, extensive, so maybe, here's maybe in English. I spoke with a news program about the revolutionary Iranians. It's still the same clip. I don't know if you want to be able to translate to us what the heck is being said here.
7-minute clip. I don't think I have the mental.
No, I'll do it in
my
segments.
ADHD. I don't think
No. I'll do it in
I'll try my
segments.
best to summarize it.
Yeah, no. I'll do it in segments.
Okay. All right.
I'll do it like every 30 seconds.
All right.
All
Perfect.
right, here we go.
Die Protestbewegung im Iran hatte bei vielen die Hoffnung auf einen Regimewechsel in Teheran genährt. Einer, der die Proteste im Iran angefeuert hat, ist Reza Pahlavi, der Sohn des 1979 gestürzten Schahs. Und mit ihm habe ich ausführlich gesprochen.
So I'm sure she's just welcoming him and giving a little background, correct?
Exactly. She said that there's been a lot of protests going on in Iran right now against the regime, and one of the people on the forefront of that is Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi.
Okay.
And she's saying that she spoke with him.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Reza Pahlavi, thank you for being our guest.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's in English.
Tens of thousands took to the streets. Thousands of people were killed during the protests. You fueled those protests. Some of the people called your name. How do you handle this responsibility?
We are, for the first time in years, at full war against a regime that has declared war on its own citizenry.
Time out. Did you see how
Did
you see how she asked that question?
Dude, I was about to say pause because this shit just boils my fucking.
Oh
I'm about to
my
get fucking
God.
bothered. This is the problem with. Oh my God.
Where the
Oh my God.
that just pissed me off. I was like, where, what? He fueled it. They did it upon themselves to call out his name.
The choice of words is so.
Oh my
disrespectful.
God. That just got, that's why I had to stop it. And I think everybody's reacting the same way. And yeah, let's keep going. That is terrible. Oh my, yeah, dude, far left. Oh, let's keep going.
I don't call it a protest anymore. It
That's
is
right.
a genuine revolution.
Revolution.
For a nation that is tired of 46 years of religious dictatorship and tyranny. The number of victims is really a massacre. In darkness, when they cut off communications to the whole world, and they take on brave young Iranians who have been fighting and asking for their freedom. It has been horrendous, the reports that we have gotten over the last few days of the extent of the massacre this regime has extended. But when you are at war, you are prepared to fight until the very end, and there's no point of return for us. So we all are committed to liberate our country. We only hope that the free world will come to our help. And this time, instead of appeasing this regime time and again, this time they will stay with the Iranian people and make sure that we can put an end to this regime and finally liberate ourselves.
The US President Trump is again considering military attacks. Do you expect a US intervention?
All options, as the president said, is on the table. We believe that a rapid and necessary strike to dismantle the regime's mechanism and apparatus of repression, that means targeting IRGC and other elements tied to the regime machinery of repression, would be a very effective way to weaken the regime and make it impossible for them to use the level of brutality that we have seen against unarmed civilians. That's the only time that you can actually help this nation, giving them a fair chance to succeed, if indeed the objective is to, on the one hand, provide our nation with freedom, but as an element, unlike this regime that has always been hostile to the West, and in particular to the United States, a nation where the Iranian people want to live at peace in the region and work with their neighbors and provide that level of tranquility and stability that is the best strategic interest of the Western countries, including the United States. And I think this is something that Donald Trump understands fully.
Has he offered his help for you personally?
I'm not asking for any personal endorsement from any leader anywhere in the world. What I do ask them to do is to help the Iranian people and respond to their appeal for help. This is the best way that the world can help us. And I, of course, have offered to help my compatriot at their call to lead this transition, move beyond this regime, and bring it to its ultimate conclusion, which hopefully will be a secular democratic system in Iran once we can organize free elections. We have a plan for that, which is quite extensive, and Iran's Prosperity Project that has various phases to do that. We would like to work with all those who are willing to help and assist us in that process. So there's a lot going on as we speak. But first and foremost, we'll have to see in what way the response will occur and how soon can Iranians be in a better position to then push for the ultimate move. Everything will be riding to a great extent on this intervention that everybody's awaiting.
For some, you're seen as a beacon of hope, but with all respect, there is no proof of how many people really support you. So what makes you more...
Dude.
And I'm living with these fuckers every day, man. All this bullshit.
No fucking proof. You don't see all the people throughout the country speaking his name? I mean, what do you mean there's no proof? You know what I mean? I don't get that.
I mean, I don't get it, man. We give them so many great scientists and doctors who get exiled from Iran, and we come and we help them. And, you know, Iranians are known to be one of the best, you know, immigrants. You know, we come, we work our asses off. I mean, absolutely, we work our asses off to help and contribute to society. But when it comes to us asking for help, they reduce us to personal values and what you personally, this is not about him, you know, personally, this is about all of us. We're just using him as a symbol and beacon. Which she says, but she contradicts herself, which is great. These people are just uneducated. They're just trying to zoom in on. It's crazy, man. This just pisses me off.
All right, let's go. Let's continue. There's only a few minutes left.
More than a self-proclaimed future leader.
Self-proclaimed future leader.
Millions of people came to the streets in Iran, in the four corners of Iran. By the millions, they were chanting my name. They were saying Pahlavi barmigarde, which means Pahlavi will return. They've been chanting, Iran is ready now, give us orders, Shahzadeh. And my name was chanted. It's written on the walls. I don't know how much more evidence do you need to have a proof that I have actually the support of millions of my compatriots who have called me by name, who have asked me to step in, and I have. So I have no doubt in my mind that this support is definitely out there. What the world needs to understand is that I'm here to help with the transition. I'm not running for office. I'm not asking for anything in return. But I know and understand how crucial my role could be to be that agent of change as a father to the nation and as a servant to the people. And that is my commitment to them. And I think that's why they trust me, and that's why they call me, because they know that for the past 46 years, I have never, ever wavered from this commitment beyond my words in action. And that's why today's Gen Z of Iran comes to me, call me as a father, and want me to lead them to the final victory.
You mentioned that earlier about Gen Z.
Yeah, I did.
Because they really started with the students in the universities. That was the first thing they clamped down on. That was the
Educated
first.
people.
Yep, and they arrested them. They detained them. They tried to quell it right at the beginning because it was the students that came out. It was at the beginning. It really was. It was university students. So he's right about the Gen Z part, in my opinion.
And I'm ready to do my part.
Let me ask you, you have critics who fear that upon a possible return to Iran, you will aim at forming perhaps a new autocracy, possibly a new Pahlavi dynasty. So in what respect do you distance yourself from your father's way of governing?
First of all, there are some critics that are obviously parroting the narrative of a regime that would try to do anything from smear campaigns to lies to all sorts of accusations that are totally unfounded. Look, I lived the better part of my life for the past 46 years in the Western world, in democratic countries. I understand the importance and the values of all the institutions and the mechanisms to make sure that you cannot deviate from that, where there's no concentration of power, when you can fight back corruption, how important transparency is, and everything else in between. This is something that we will utilize as tools to strengthen our institution, to bring our civil society into the picture, well beyond the structure of governance. How would I possibly be someone that would not understand the importance of it? And because I understand it and I've learned it in practice, that's exactly what I like to bring back to Iran. So we as Iranians are guaranteed in the future to have self-determination, to have freedom. But as to the measure of what will determine the future, there's nothing other than the ballot box that ultimately will decide it. So I wonder if these critics are just as committed to democracy as I am. Because if they are believing in democracy, then they shouldn't fear the ballot box.
That's what he said. They shouldn't fear the ballot box.
I love how he answered somebody in the chat right now. Yeah, I just love. If whoever was in the chat was just spam, if you listen right there, you just got your answer, buddy. There you go.
Yeah, Dusty got to. I didn't see the message. You know something though. To be honest, I don't even. You know, and I'm reading what the person read. Okay. You know what a lot of people might say? Oh, he's been living in the West too long. He's been manipulated by the West. He's been brainwashed. He's going to be a puppet for the West. You know that's coming, dude. You know.
Of course.
That's going to be the angle. That's definitely going to be. He's just a person. He's a puppet, transitional leader. He's been manipulated by the West. He's been living in the West for decades. You know, he's controlled by the West. You know that's coming, bro. You know that. Even though the intentions...
But it's a one-dimensional way to think that. It's very...
I understand that, but you know it's coming. But you know it's coming. You know that.
Well, of course.
And it's kind of alarming because you can see he's being... to me, he looks genuine. I've seen... thanks to you, I've seen the plan. It's extensive. I started to read a lot of it. And it is transparent, too. It's very transparent. It's open. And it's up to the people of Iran to decide their future. There will be an election for the people, by the people, for the people. I mean, what more do people... Right away, they're trying to scare people that's going to become a dictatorship, an autocrat monarchy. He's going to be the outright leader of Iran. That's you're hearing a lot of that, dude. And I'm sure... I mean,
that's just so stupid to say when they're killing people right now for just speaking up. You're taking away a point that he's trying to make, that, hey, they're killing my people just because they want democracy and they want to change a regime. And then you're saying, oh, no, this guy's a bad guy. Don't even let him come close, even though there's millions of people screaming the same.
Yeah.
Even, let's say let's say we exist in their weird echo chamber of the world where it's only 3 or 4. That's still a number, right? The same way that we were talking about it, even if there's a little bit of amount of them, if they want to have democracy and diplomacy and just talk, sure, it's invited. If you get votes, you probably have a place in the parliament, right?
Exactly.
But they don't even want that to happen. They don't. What are you scared of? What are you scared of?
How does people have a voice if they're being killed, slaughtered, imprisoned, executed? I mean, that doesn't even make sense to me. Is that a voice? That voice is non-existent. So what are they talking?
We can't prove there is millions of people. Meanwhile, the oppressor has shut down the internet.
Exactly. So we don't see exactly what the hell is going on. The people can't even communicate from the country, and we can't see what the hell is going on. They did that obviously on purpose, so we don't see it.
And what did they do today? They said any influential person, anybody that has celebrities or people who actively speak against the regime, all of their assets, every money, every bank account, every house, car they own is just going to be taken away from them.
She just wanted to be controversial and try to make him uncomfortable. That was brutal. That was freaking brutal. That was horrible. That's just she tried to throw him under the bus and make him look bad and all this stuff. Yeah, this person right here. That person should go hide under a rock. For real. Mm-hmm. That gets me crazy. That makes me nuts when I see stupidity like that. Anyway,
there is clips of him in Farsi. He did an interview with somebody who opposed him from it was a Iranian television, but not state controlled. They were from outside Iran. They were based in the States, and this was I think 20 years ago. And he's saying, "My brother, what I'm fighting for is that you one day can stand in front of me and oppose me and gather votes against me.
That's right.
That's what I'm fighting for.
A free and fair election." Okay.
And he's been saying this for 45 years. So if somebody's saying that 45 years, what are you people arguing against? He's not changed his stance once. Not once. Show me any proof of this guy changing his stance and being like, no, I'm going to be like this. You can't say anything against me if I come. And I'm going to change everything. No. He just wants fair. He just wants everybody's voice to be heard.
The MEK has a lot to do with this too.
Yeah. Those fuckers.
Yeah, they have a lot to do with it. They're trying to undermine him. I'm looking to see if Mr. Maldi has said anything. Lindsey Graham, because he has been a staunch supporter in this situation, and I don't see anything. He's talking about all the weather. Nothing about Iran. He's gone silent for the last few days.
Maybe there's a reason for it. Maybe
they told him. They probably told him. They probably told him, hold back. Let the president be the voice. Stop talking too much. Because it's almost like he's undermining, getting ahead of it. You know what I mean? He's trying, and it's almost like he's influencing the situation. He needs to chill out.
I'm really confused about these stuff in the chat being said about the different ethnic groups in Iran not giving him support. Who has been giving those groups support as of right now? The current regime? Because you're not making any sense here. You're saying who gave him that right? Who's giving any benefits to those people? I mean, they're struggling every day. And do you think he's just not going to give them a voice when he's saying he wants a voice for all Iranians? What is your point? Islam? I really don't understand. What are you fighting against? Those people are already oppressed. The only choice to get them out of this oppression is this guy.
And let me put it to a different way. If this were to occur, is there anyone that anyone can think of that could lead a transition from the fall of the regime into a transition to a democracy for Iran? Who would you want that person to be?
Are you talking to me or Islam?
Islam. Who would you want? Is there somebody?
I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows. I get his point.
I get his point too. That's why he doesn't want it to become another dictatorship. I get that, and I think that's what she was trying to emphasize too in that interview. What's going to make things different this time? because a lot of people do consider, and we talked about this earlier, they viewed the Shah as a dictator, an autocrat. So what makes it different this time?
But every group he named there has been picking up arms and fighting against these groups. Like they're fighting against the regime as well. So I don't understand. Like, what is your point? Nobody wants this regime. What point are you trying to make? He's saying that it's going to be a transitional period where they get to vote. What dictatorship are you saying? Where is this dictatorship? Because I'm looking, I'm trying to find it, and I can't. What is this point?
Yeah, if the end game is at some point, because it's going to take time for people to have the right to go out and vote, the people of Iran, that's what has to happen. The people of Iran, it has to be left to the people of Iran to decide the future of Iran. And guys, at this point, it's just Reza Pahlavi will unite the people. It's also about who would you want to start the transition? Like, who would you want in that position? Well, who do you think the people would trust? Because, again, there are a lot of factions. There's a lot of diversity. There's a lot of groups. I mean, we talked about this earlier. It's not going to be easy to bring these people together in this transitional period. It's not. You know this. You know it's not going to be easy. It's going to be difficult. But who would you rather have there to do it? Definitely not somebody from the outside. It's got to be someone that's Iranian. It has to be. Now, yes, he's been here for years and in exile, all that stuff. But who would you choose? Who would you choose at this point for the transition? I mean, is it the obvious choice? Is it him? Is there any? Do you know of anybody else, Sepp, that could take this role for a transition?
I'm not well versed within these ethnic groups, or I know that they have different beliefs. To me, a Persian of Pars, I truly believe in the monarchy. I would vote for him because I want a leader that's fluent in 3 different languages, that is well spoken, that has seen the world on the outside and hasn't lived in this caged off prison. And I will vote for him. And if there is anybody that comes from those groups, if he gets enough votes, sure, I wouldn't oppose that. You guys won fair and square. That's just it. But you can't have that right now under this regime that's censoring. How could you say that when there is not even a chance for those things to happen? You're just speaking to a wall.
So
he says we need democratic. We need somebody democratic. This guy is democratic.
But now he comes up with another point, which I don't understand. He's saying he has people, but no more than millions. What about the other 95%? I thought it was more reverse than that. I thought there was the vast majority of the Iranian people want Reza Pahlavi to return and want the regime to fall. The way he's making it sound is 95% of the country wants the regime to stay intact. I'm confused. I'm like confused now. Based on that, I don't know.
He's saying that we have Molabi Abdul Hamid for Sunni and absolutely. Okay, I understand that you have that, and trust me, Islam, if I were to make a point to you, those people will get a chance to speak their voice, because right now they're not able to. But they will get that's the whole point of IPP. I mean, that is the entire point of IPP. If you're not willing to let me just say this to these people: if you're not willing to educate yourself on what is said by him, keep yourself out of the conversation.
But wait a minute. Let me ask you a question, though. Couldn't it be Reza Pahlavi and others working together to create some kind of a unity group, and not just him? There's got to be a transition team. You have to be inclusive with everyone moving forward. So that's got to be part of the plan.
But the regime has to go away, and somebody needs to come in, take over, create the transitional period for those people to be able to come in.
And I know that I think I saw this yesterday, that Iran is supporting the Syrians on attacking the Kurds. Now, I don't know if that was true, what I saw and I read. I can't trust everything I see and read. But I don't know what's going on with that, too, in Syria, as far as the Kurds are involved.
As far as I'm aware, the Kurds want him to come back too. I've seen him directly in contact with many Kurdish groups in Iran. Actually, one of my closest friends and like one of the biggest allies that we have on the outside that has been helping people on the inside. I can tell you that. And there was a lot of drama with that, as you saw. The Iranian forces actually attacked them in Syria, as you were saying. There's
Exactly.
a reason for that.
That's what I'm saying.
You
There's
really
got to
need
be a
open
reason.
up your eyes. If you're talking about ethnic group this, ethnic group that, then you really need to see what the Baluchis were doing to the clerics in that region, what the Kurds have been doing. I don't know. You're not making sense, Islam, but you know, you can have your values, but now you're backtracking and saying Abdul Hamid and Raza allowing together. There might be a little language barrier here. I'm not fully understanding what you're saying. You're welcome to write it in Persian, but really, I don't know what your point is. So you're taking away from his followers, saying that it's 5%, and the other 95% are not in support.
That's what
of
I'm
it.
saying. I didn't get that. I got confused.
It's just wrong.
Yeah, I got confused by that, dude. I got confused by that. The 95% part.
That's just straight up.
I will say this. We will ultimately know the answer to the question when the people vote. And I honestly think they're afraid to have the people vote. I actually think there are people that are afraid to see the result of that election. Like he said, you know, let's see what the people decide. You know, let's see what the people decide. Let's see what the Iranians choose for their future. That's what it's going to come down to. And that's when we'll know. When that time comes, when they have the right to go out there and vote and pick who they want to be elected in the parliament, whether it's 70 people, 300 people, whatever the final count would be in that parliament. But I think based on the plan that I've seen and everything I've heard from him, I have no reason to think he's lying. You know?
One second, I just got to answer some. تارجون من خودم ایرانی هستم و این صدای من یه صدای ایرانیه. همونجور که صدای تو ایرانیه، صدای منم ایرانیه. صدای منم باید شنیده بشه. و دلیلی که من اینجا هستم و صدامو دارم پخش می‌کنم چون حقمه. خب حق هر ایرانی هستش که صداش پخش بشه و بگه چی میخواد و چی نمیخواد. چه رضا پهلوی باشه، چه سید علی خمینی با خامنه‌ای باشه، چه این باشه چه اون باشه. حقمه. خب با اون مشکل داری، ببخشید. حقیقتا بهت بگم، به فارسی میگم به تو. چون من نمیذارم کسی صدامو بگیره. نمیذارم کسی آزادیمو بگیره. نمیذارم کسی آپشنمو بگیره. That's all.
And I am a non-Iranian. I am an American, but I have quite a few Iranian friends, including Sep, who's on with me right now. So it's not like I'm here by myself. There is a person here who is Iranian with me, and he's voicing his opinion. And you have the right to vote, and you have the right to voice yours. But you say leave it to us. Well, if you're bringing in proxies, it's not just an internal issue. If you're bringing in proxies from Iraq, Lebanon, etc., to go on the streets of Iran and oppress and suppress the people, that's an external force that you're bringing in. So if it's good for that side, why can't the United States come to the assistance of the people that we request it that way? You can't have it one way. It works both ways. You say, leave it to us. I don't get that.
I don't understand all this talk about foreign intervention. Meanwhile, they're sitting here saying, oh, we don't want foreign intervention, this and this. Meanwhile, the regime is bringing people from Iraq.
That's what I'm saying.
All these people killing your people. So what the fuck are we talking about?
Exactly. That's what I don't understand.
What are we talking about here?
Exactly. They're bringing out external people into the country to do what they're doing to the people of Iran.
They've been doing this for years. They did this in 2008. This is nothing new, man. Just look at their track record. You're going to be blind to the track record of these people. Man, they shut down the internet so the voice don't get out.
That's the thing.
What are you arguing for? What are you arguing?
If they wanted to be transparent, they wouldn't have shut the internet down. They feared the word getting out. They feared the information coming out of the country. They feared that tremendously. So obviously they shut it down for an obvious reason. So the world wouldn't see what was really going on in the country. And the voices couldn't come out from inside the country outward.
My answer to no handler is if I don't know where your point is. You're an Indian or Pakistani. I've checked your channel. What are you doing here? What's your point? That same could be said for you. No handler. So what is your point? You're gonna disappear again when I bring that up? Or are you gonna stay here and actually give an answer? Because it's hypocritical. Sorry.
I mean, this debate could go back and forth, and go on and on all night. Obviously, there are people that are pro Reza Pahlavi and regime change, and obviously there are people that aren't. And that's based on a person's opinion, and I respect that. But based on the things I've seen and heard, and people that have told me things from within the country or externally, I just, in my personal opinion, I see a different perspective here from the people that I know, including Sep, that's on with me right now. That's just my own personal opinion. And I have to reach my own conclusions. Now, am I going in there and deciding what's going on? I'm not saying that. It's up to the people of Iran to choose their future. Not for me to judge. They have to do this upon themselves. It's not for me. It's for the people of Iran to decide what they want to do moving forward. It's up to the people. It's simply as that. It's up to the people. That's it.
There's nothing wrong with giving people a platform to speak their voice.
Yeah,
They're
that's
fighting
right.
a good fight, Bill.
That's it.
And don't ever let anybody take away that fact from you. Why? All this whys and all. He's giving a platform to these people to speak.
Exactly.
What's wrong with that? What are you so scared of? It seems like you guys are scared, shaking into your boots. Sorry, but that's just what it is.
And I know there's a lot of Iranians that would love to go home.
Oh, we would love to.
And be with their families again. And no fear or retribution. Because I don't know how many of you feel, but I don't know if you would feel necessarily safe going back, or you're listed. You're on some kind of a list as considered enemy of Iran or something. That must be scary in itself. I don't see a jet. These are all civilians, so that's what we're seeing right now. How about we do this, Sep? Let's take a break right now, because I gotta, unless you want to stay on and talk by yourself, because I gotta go pick somebody up at work. Do you?
Well, how long are you going to be gone?
10, 15 minutes?
Well, that's fine. I can stay for that.
You want to hang?
I can talk to them.
This is, dude.
Of course, I can keep it going.
I know you can handle it.
Yeah.
And you can address what's going on here. So I'll leave this screen open like this. I'm going to take myself off camera, because it's just going to be, they're going to think nobody's here. So I'm going to remove myself like that. So I'll be back in about 15 minutes and carry on, and I'll be back. I'll let you know when I get back.
Definitely.
And Sep,
I'll be here. I'll be talking to the people in chat.
Yeah.
If anything happens, I'll update them. I'm here.
listen, thank you for doing what you're doing here.
Hey, man, thank you from all of us Iranians.
Yep.
Every single Iranian that is in the chat, regardless of if they disagree or agree, they have to give you a huge thank you for giving this platform for these intellectual conversations to be able to even take place.
I will say
Right.
I'm humbled and honored to do so.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
I'll
From
be
the
right
bottom
back.
of my heart.
All right, I'll be back.
All right. All right, you guys are with me now. I'm a little more vulgar than Bill. I say shit as it is, guys. I say it as it is. And if war breaks out, Iranians are going to become refugees to the U.S. They're going to love it. Iranians are already refugees being exiled out of their country for just speaking up against the government that is invalid. I get it. They're saying, a war breaks out, but a war shouldn't break out. They should just step down, because the majority of the population wants Khamenei out. So you don't make any sense. That doesn't make sense. Welcome to have your opinion, but doesn't make sense. The message to the Iranian people in Iran: stand strong, brave, and courageous and bold. You are beautiful people. Thank you, Tommy O'Brien, for that beautiful message. One Ross says, I'm sure our North Sea oil will be used more than a third of what it is today, of what it was in 1989. Correct. We are already at war. That is also correct. تو سلطنت طلبی و اینکه بی ادب نباشی عجیبه. پس راحت باش، فوشاتو بده، ولی شما همینقدر قدرت دارین که پشت کانال باشین، مثل خامنه‌ای پشت دیوار. من نمیدونم منظور چی از دلم. حقیقتا بهت میگم، من اگه فوش میدم و اعصابم خورده اینه که هموطنامو دارم هر روز میبینم که مغزشون بازه روی زمین و خون همه جاست. ببین بوی نفت نمیذاره بوی خون بیاد بالا. این حقیقته. That's all I have to say to you. You are just a descendant of a corrupt family. That's why you're doing the things that your family did eat. You don't make no sense. That I don't know what he's saying there. Hamsaw, thank you. That's what I would say. I'll try to be more polite. I'll try to be I try to not be vulgar. But I've honestly, we've been reading more of the messages of you people that are opposed to the monarchy than the people that are for it. We're actually giving you a voice. We're actually like intellectually talking back and seeing what your point is. This is what Islam is saying. You're a monarch. Oh yeah, but you have enough power to be behind a channel like Khamenei. I don't know what you're saying. In Islam, you're just repeating the same thing, you know? بچه خودتون دیگه میدونید ما یارو چیکار کنیم. من دیگه حرف نمیزنم بچه. خودتون باش حرف بزنید، خودتون سرش گرم کنید. نمیدونم اومده اینجا ریاکشن بگیریم، اومده کاسه شعر بگه. هر چی میخوای بگی بگو داداش. حقته حرف بزنی. من هیچ وقت حقتو نمیگیرم که حرف نزنی. من اونجوری خامنه ای نیستم. yeah. As an American born Turk Islam, please be quiet. Arkadaş teşekkürler. Arkadaş teşekkür. I don't know. Senin seviyorum abi. Anyways, the weather is bad in Iran. I don't think if there will be action in the next 2 days. I'm not really an expert on how weather affects game theory, and I don't know if game theory is the right word here. If it affects warfare like that, but I would assume they have technology good enough to completely circumvent that. Block this Islam dude. Bill doesn't like people voice being taken away, so I'm not gonna do that. It's not my channel. Also, guys, we're better than these people, right? And I'm not saying that to. I'm really trying to be like, kind. But we're not like them. We don't take their voice away, man. We intellectually have a conversation with them and destroy them with words and facts, not with emotions, not with what book says, not with this, not with that. No, actually, intellectually, like what we're trying to do. شما همونجا دارین اینجوری رفتار میکنیم، فردا اگر قدرت داشته باشین بدون شک سرکوب خواهید کرد. و همین که داریم سرکوب میشیم. خب و بیاین رو عوض کنیم، بعدمون حرف بزنیم. خب جاندار مردم میبینن، بچه ها دارن تو خیابون میبینن. خب بچه هایی که به سن نوجوانی نرسیدن دارن میبینن. They don't understand facts. Come on. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we should have re-education camps, but keep that in your mind. The user Islam already tells me everything I need to know. As a Gen Z in Iran, I'm pretty sure we're done with Islam. We're done. You have every right for that, Hamza. Just how Turkey has the right to be a secular country and still have Islamist views, Islamic views, Islamist. We should have that view too. If a certain group of people want to follow that, they can follow that. But if the majority doesn't want to follow that and they want to separate state law, religion, they're also welcome. That's just how Western values are. That's how you get to sit in this YouTube chat and not be afraid of saying Trump sucks or Biden sucks and criticize all these politicians without having to worry. Unless you're in the UK and you're saying like death threats or like that's different. That's why UK is going to shit. That's what we're trying to, that's why a lot of Iranians are trying to go back. Persians are not Muslim. They're correct. Um, Iran will not take anyone else but Pahlavi. Yes, if the votes are suffice, if he, if what we see is true, which we're seeing millions and millions of people come out and chant his name, then yeah. Iranians are Muslim, you stupid idiot. They're Persians. What is your point there? What does that mean? What is the point you tried to make there? No Sunni agrees with democracy. I know them. You can elaborate on that if you'd like. I'll read your message. Don't worry, guys. We're on our way. The Donald 69. Yeah, shout out Donald 6. Yeah, shout out Donald 69, man. He pulling up. King Reza Pahlavi. قربونش برم. دمش گرم. Islam had nothing but bloodshed in Iran since the beginning. To now go back to the Saudi deserts. If it was such a prosperous religion, it wouldn't all be sands and death, and pain, and suffering. To be fair, some Arab countries get to have Western values. We don't. We never do. It's just a weird thing for me. And بچه‌ها ما خیلی کینه داریم تون، ولی حق بهتون میدم کینه این واقعا بهتون حق میدم. منم خودم کینه دارم. من بعض وقتا اصلا خودش چیزایی میگم که بعدا ریگرت میکنم، ولی حق داریم، واقعا حق داریم. ما این چیزایی که دیدیم چند سال خیلی زیاد بود، خیلی برای یعنی اصلا اثر روحی که رو مردم میذاره یه چیز خیلی بدی. We're fighting for freedom for all Iranians. William Gray, thank you for that message. Iranians are not Muslims, they're Persians. Sorry for the mistake in my first message. Oh, well, we have been under Islamic rulership for 2,000 years. And I feel like that's enough. Right? That's enough. We don't want it anymore. We don't, like the majority is saying we don't want it anymore. We're fine. Y'all can, hey man, go ahead. Believe what you want to believe. But let me believe what I believe in. But I ain't paying no tax to you. I'm paying any tax to you. There's enough Arab countries for you to go in and live under that. But Iranians are not Muslim. You Dumbo is occupied by Islam. Majority of Iranians don't identify as Muslims or practice Iran. This is true. There was a survey that came out that really showed that Iran is not majority Muslim. She's not. Iran will be free. Many taps. That's a will. Of course he will. He's just a bog. Ignore him. It's good to have these conversations. We got a message from the Donald 69, guys. This is really important. I'm down at Mar-a-Lago. We're ready to go. A message from Donald Trump. I'm joking, by the way. Fucking joking. It's not Donald Trump. But وحید من بهت قول میدم تا روزی که خورشید به تنابت اسلام خواهد تابید و من با شما اسلام این چیزی که گفتی خیلی اینتלקچوال بودش. خب حقت اینو بگی بگو، ولی داش بذار ما ووت بدیم. اگه ما بردیم لطفاً ببخشید که اینجوری میگم خفه خون بگیره، ولی اصلا نگیری رفتت به ما رو بکشی بگی نه نمیشه و اینجور چیزا ما باید پس بگیریم و اینجور داستان. We know the goat fucker is hiding. Game over. We do know he's hiding. He's always been hiding. Mushali. Do agree that there needs to be some sort of unification, but if you're killing my people, if you're going on state media and saying that any war against the regime is a war against Islam and the Quran and these people need to die, then bro, we got a problem there. We got a problem there. I had top messages on. I wasn't seeing all the messages. Okay, and I'm going to read more messages. Just asking Afghani Sunni, how does he think about democracy? They will swear at you. They hate democracy. They think democracy is the enemy of Islam. To a certain point, I could see how that's true. Basically, what's happening in the UK now happened in Iran 47 years ago. Britain needs to wake up before it's too late. I agree, man. Britain does need to wake up. In an alternative universe, I would have been in Britain. I would have been speaking with a British accent. Hello, mate. How are you? I already have intel. We know what bunker he's in. I'm not sure where these stuff are coming from, but I don't think it's past them to go hide. Holy, we're seeing that little area is clearing out, but then guys, if you see to the left of Iran, there is a line of planes. When that clears out, then we can say precisely that something from Israel is coming. Okay, I'm not gonna read Islam messaging anymore because it just seemed like rage baity. Dutch manage. يعني مشكل نیست میگه تو یعنی یه مشکل نیستش اینکه اینقدر ایمیگرنت رفته تو یوکی اینا مشکل نیستش که این اتفاق داره میفته برن کلچرشون رو به گاه میدن. Just ignore Islam. He's probably RGC guy. Islam is probably Khamenei from his bunker. Yeah, bro is typing. Yeah, keep typing away. میگی نامسلمون بیشرف. Dush. Right there, I put when you say non-Muslim bisharafim should be like without, I don't know, I can't really translate that, but when you're saying that, come on, man, I can't have an intellectual conversation. I can't have a one-on-one with you because you're already saying I'm a non-believer and therefore my opinion is reduced to zero. Thank you, by the way. Thank you so much. That's definitely what your religion says, by the way. Holy, open up your book, man. Genuinely. You can mute them. True. Thank you for that message, Kevin. Guys, I'll read it out loud. Remember, peeps, if you don't want to see someone message, you can mute them. You won't see anything they post. If this guy is rage baiting, if this guy is evoking too many bad memories of you guys being silenced and punished and being told you're a non-believer, then go ahead and mute him. No need for your son to die. I'd appreciate if you just go back to typing in English so everybody sees what you're saying. Because I'm just not gonna argue with you. You can argue with someone else. He says he's in the UK soon. Reform UK manager. Yeah. Well, these people have people like Bushra, that evil, evil Pakistani woman. What an evil bitch. What an absolute evil bitch. I hate Bushra, dude. Hope they deport her. Living in the Western world, criticizing everything freely without being punished, and then standing up against Seber Babak. Mom, ever since she saw that video, she's not been doing well. And it's because my name is also Seber. It really did a number to her, man. She was fighting every day. She was, yeah, but that really messed her up. That really messed her up. That video messed me up too, man. I'm not a father. I'm only 25. I can try to put myself in his shoes. But man, it really fucks you up, man. It feels like you're in a limbo searching for something you love. All you see is people dead. Any of those body bags could have been him. The least you can do is say his name for a miracle to happen, for him to say, Injam Baba, Injam. Fucks me, man. Fucks me you a lot. Oh, we're tired, guys. We're tired. I get it. We're all tired. We're all mentally Oh, I'm in Austria. I'm in Vienna. What do you guys think in the chat? Do you guys think let's take a little poll. Whoever's listening right now. 1, if you think a strike will happen tonight. 2, if you think it's too late already. Let's see what the populace believes. Let's see what you guys believe in. Can't imagine the youth we've lost, man. Can't imagine the youth we've lost, the future scientists, lawyers, rappers, artists. Two. Seeing a lot of twos. Seeing a lot of twos tonight. Hey man, Bill's still here, man. Shout out Bill. Even when he's doing something, he's still here. UK has joined in too. They're gonna take Ali Dai money too. You know? Yes. Yeah. He's our pride possession, man. Thank you for doing this set, Bill. Yo, man. Thank you for giving me a platform to be able to speak to my people. It would have took me weeks to get a audience like this or be able to do something. Genuinely. I gotta thank you, man. Being able to be here and be here for these people. Air traffic is thick again over Baghdad for a strike tonight. Yes, the air traffic is quite thick. Always when you least expect it. Let's hope Tempest Prime. Hoping for that. Is Bill finally hacked for good? Yeah, I've taken over. It's my channel now. Well, no, I hacked them. I'm all. They're good. You can rest now. Careful what you wish for. Law might be a daily thing. Yeah, that's fine, man. Until genuinely, what else can I do, man? What else can I do? I mean, I'll do my side stuff, but really wanted to get in like be more personal. All your base belong to us. No, W callback. I get the reference. I'm 24. I still get the reference. 25 now. Shit. Hopefully, I'll live my 30s in Iran, and that's what I wish. Right? I'm gonna spend my 30s in Iran. I spent the early years here, the teenage years, the early adult years, and settle down in Iran and get an Iranian wife. If Trump don't do anything, he'll be worse than Obama. I definitely agree there. And is gonna turn a lot of people away from him. And I hope that criticism stays. But you got to answer too if he doesn't do anything. Which I don't think will be the case. So do you think attack me next weekend? How many percentages? With how the pieces are being moved, with what's coming out right now, they're releasing the names of the people that are for the strike and people that are against it. I think we're getting close to that start of the beginning of the end. We're already in the beginning of the end, but I would say the other chapter, the America chapter, the outside intervention chapter, that will be the beginning of the end of that. We're currently we're past the beginning of the end for Iran's history. Iran will never go back to what it was, regardless of anything. either in a good way, a bad way, or a moderate way. But what they've done, it's not going to be forgotten. Just like when they said they'd make a decision in 14 years, but then suddenly attacked Iran during the 12-day war. That is correct, Hamza. Very important to get Persian perspective from Iranian people to communicate with them. Yeah, I agree. It was personal for me when the Iranian president said that he was at war with me. Oh man, I feel you, William. I feel you. So for those in Iran, what are your hopes for a transitional government for those who are Iranian relatives living outside? For those who are Iranian relatives living outside of Iran, what are you doing to help your family in Iran? Yeah, I'd like to hear that. I'd love to. You know, maybe not too, maybe don't be too detailed with that. You know, we'd love to hear how you're fighting a good fight. Maybe it will boost the spirit. Not maybe. I know that it will boost the morale and the spirit, knowing that there is people trying. Iran better not hold back this time to the end. I mean, I don't think they have much power to hold back. Whatever they're gonna do is gonna be held back and limited because they're weak. So it's gonna be an easy job for America and Israel. Since all of our troops have been assembled and now on standby, it can happen at any time. Correct, Tommy O'Brien. It might even happen during the week. Hey man, he might switch it up. He might freestyle this whole thing. He might not maybe ask yourself this. If you, just an average person, assumes this and that is gonna happen, then assume what a whole team of like intelligence is gonna do. Because if we can see it, Iran can see it, and they might do a little freestyle there. Bill, U.S. government should bring you to the USA embassy in Iran. Imagine that bill with big heart, true man. Yeah, definitely. Bill talks about his food. I'm trying to see him open up a restaurant, man. I'm trying to see him open up cook some good Puerto Rican food. He was talking about that the other day. Made me hungry. We don't have anything to hold back. We have nothing to lose. If I recall, a U.S. general landed in Israel 5 days before the 12-day war. General Cooper landed in Israel just recently. GDP? That's exactly, these are the type of comments that I would like to see, people coming in and comparing current events to the 12-day war. Just align stuff, because that's the way we can, mathematically see when an attack could happen. Pattern recognition. We're trying to see what Pentagon Pizza Tracker just spiked. Okay. All right. Sometimes it's nothing but wind, but sometimes it's worthy of conversation. Pahlavi said at least 50K only in Tehran. Well, let's see. From what I've been hearing, we're waiting on the British Royal Navy to get into place. Man, I wish I was more educated on warfare and war theory and all of that. Holy, I would love to have an education on that. I might just get into it after this, guys. I've been considering how I'm gonna help my country when we're rebuilding it. Am I gonna be a teacher? Am I gonna teach German and English? Am I gonna fight for stuff that I have knowledge in? Am I gonna I don't know. I definitely want to roll up my sleeves. And I know a lot of you guys will roll up your sleeves. Oh, our country is going to be amazing, guys. Think about the amazing stuff that we're going to do once this regime falls. All these people that sacrifice themselves so that the next generation could have a better future, we will not let that go unnoticed. And I hope they build a huge memorial with every name, every fighter, every child, every woman, everybody, with their name etched into stone, so we don't forget these people, because they're true martyrs. For years, we saw, those kids who grew up in Iran just as me. For years, they told us about Shahid this, Shahid that, and yeah, they did fight the Iran-Iraq War And that fight was a worthy fight, but Soleimani wasn't a shaheed. Soleimani wasn't a martyr. Soleimani was an evil man. You know, time we update the list of who really fought for freedom, who really fought for Iran. The strike will happen when the coalition forces is organized. Now it's going to be hard with no internet. They can't really organize without any internet or a leader, something, or weapons coming in, or something like that. I personally don't want to see more blood. You know, in my optimal world, they drone strike, bunch of heads, bunch of important people, Larijani, Khamenei, Mr. Potato Head, this and that. They get rid of them, and the rest just taslim. They just, surrender. And yeah, becoming that's what I would love to see. Tehran, Iran at once was the Paris or the New York of Middle East. It was the most progressive happening place 50 years ago, setting trends. Yeah, yeah, we were. I never got to see that. My mom did, my grandmother did, but I never got to see that. But hopefully, I'll see it. I'll see it. I know I will see it. Not hopefully. I gotta get hope and hope and maybes and buts, and if I gotta get it out, I gotta think more optimistic. I was in the jungle when I was 21 in 1986 over in Colombia. My opinion might not matter much, but I believe in freedom for the Iranian people. Thank you, man. Thank you, William Gray. And not really a historian, but whichever side you fought a war on, thank you for your service. Thank you for being here. And I don't know if you're Iranian or not, but thank you. Nice strategy, but go on that horse, say King بعد این داستان ها ما باید با هم دیگه صحبت کنیم که انقدر رو سر اینا زیاد نزنیم، چون جو میگیرتشون یه دفعه اثر هم دارن ما رو میکشن. باید واقعا باشون یه ذره بعد اینکه باختن بعدش بعد اینکه باختن الان میتونم همون یه ذره اموشنال برای نمیدونم بچه من هم یه ذره فکر میکنم. I don't know. I think this conversation needs to be had after. Right? تو میتونن این کار رو بر علیهمون استفاده کنن امسال. خیلی آسون میتونن این کار رو بر علیهمون استفاده کنن. Did you see the woman in the German news network? What she was doing? With those questions? You know, one day you're gonna ask, oh, your followers this and this and that. You know, we gotta be careful. We gotta be better than them. Way better than them. Islam, if you want freedom, just fight for it. Join the good fight, man. The one that gives you voice, me voice, him, her, she, they, them, doesn't matter. We all want a voice. That's all this is about. We just want a voice. He might be. He might as well be. If Iran be free, I have a plan to open up some businesses. I want to bring Canadian brands to Iran and get my people hands. It's good. I'll help you, Abaid. I'll help you, man. I'll be there helping you. Don't forget anybody in this chat. Yeah, that's not about left or right anymore. I'm far right. And she is far wrong. Yo, he's spinning bars here. It turns out you're a rapper, remotely working as a ghostwriter for Drake. Yeah, guys. I mean, there's a lot of It's a tense chat tonight, man. It's been tense the past few nights. Ever since the internet is back. A lot of folks have been popping up out of the blue, saying they're in England, but then the internet in Iran just connected, but then you guys happen to be here at the same time. I like to have a bakery and bake all kinds of American desserts, donuts, cookies, pies, cakes, pastries, and breads. Hell yeah. Come on over. We got good pastry too, man. We got some good shirinies. But nothing is sweet right now. I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. I can't even enjoy food as of the past. Like, I don't know, food is not going down my throat correctly, man. It's just, I don't know if you guys relate, but not even gaming hits. Not even watching a movie, music, nothing. There's nothing that can take your mind off this travesty for me. And everything feels like it's in black and white as of late. Everything. Why can't you now, Iran or your own government? Because I'm a political refugee. Okay, Islam. Okay. You're saying I shit down the mouths of any Basiji who sold his people. Okay. Again, Islam. Look, man, I'm for you having a voice. I'm for you having a voice. That's all I'm saying. But don't take away my voice when you lose. That's all, man. Because history has proven that you guys do that, and we need to have this intellectual conversation without you getting emotional and screaming at me. What do you mean history has no? No, I'm gonna look at the history of what you guys previously did to Iran. I'm gonna put you under question. Are you gonna do the same things? Are you gonna have the same values? Are you gonna have pounds with Sharia? I don't know about that. I don't know about that, man. I mean the business. Yeah, I can't have any businesses in Iran, but yeah, I'm a political refugee. So are almost like 10 millions. There's 10 millions Iranians outside of Iran. Um, I'd say 8 million of those. Um, maybe less. Maybe let's say 5 million of those oppose the regime. Because I know a lot of us outside of Iran. A lot of these people have ties. Maybe it could be 5 million. Maybe it's 8. Maybe I was right. I wish you all the best, man. Thank you, Many Taps. Thank you for your kind comments. What else do you guys think, man? What's your opinions? Let's talk. Let's talk. Any Iranis in the chat from Tehran, Mashhad, Isfahan, بوشهر، شمال، جنوب، آبادان، اهواز، هر جا که باشین بنویسین، مسیجی دارین براتون ترجمه میکنم که بقیه بشنون. Before this 10-day internet shutdown, I was a ZK cryptography engineer. Right now, I need to register to work at Snap, the Iranian Uber-like ride hailing company. I know it's hard, man. I know it's hard. Someone like you shouldn't have to be. Again, I'm not talking trash to people who do that, but someone with your knowledge and with your capability should not be reduced to somebody who just drives people from point A to B. You should be at the head and front of crypto in your country, help and make good money and bring money into your country and help the economy. Because we need people like you who are very high intellectual people who speak the language very well or work in remote works. You know, you want the money to be spent on the inside, not on the outside, and that's the problem with Iran. That's what we're seeing with a lot of these European countries that have immigration problems. People are coming to these countries, getting money either through social works or they're just working there and they're sending their money back. The money is not staying in that economy, you know. So those countries are suffering under it. We had that, but just at a larger scale. Our government was straight up putting millions and millions of dollars into other countries for some weird sort of backup, or for some weird sort of, I don't know. I don't know what their plan was, but didn't work. Didn't work. 47 years they had a chance, it didn't work. آب نداریم مگه میشه ما آب نداشته باشیم. Don't think it's gonna happen tonight. Yeah, no, we're again, I always say till 3 a.m. So like 1.5 hour. But that airspace looks busy, man. Look at that train. Look at that massive train on the left side of Iran. Just planes after planes after planes after planes. But there is that hole scares me there, man. That airspace on Iraq, not scares me, keeps me optimistic because that's all free. They're not a lot of it. We see like, can't really zoom in. I think we see like 6 planes there. That's about it though. My problem with Islam and Iran is that a lot of these clerics are just taking them people's money, right? They don't teach you, they don't say that this imam had this job and that job. They just assume that being a cleric is all the money you need. You know, if you study Islam, that you should be getting paid for that. That's not. You know who follows that? You know who does that? The Hasidic Jews in New York. There's a documentary on that recently that just came out. It's getting social benefits and saying that they're studying the Torah and just getting U.S. tax money spent on them. That don't make sense. Why does your religion have to come out of my pocket, man? You believe in that. I don't believe in that. I need on, yeah. I spent 6 years getting a master's in cryptography from Sharif University with its 3.9 GPA, only to end up driving cars. Such a great life. Hmm. Oh, I know, man. Low Christianity is in America is different. It's all about the collection plate. I don't know what you mean by that. Not really educated on that, but yeah, the big churches in America do scare me as a Christian myself. I oppose those. I oppose these pastors who drive Lamborghinis and whatnot. Much like Mufti, who drives a Lamborghini, right? A scholar, by the way. You're not dumb, but you're using equivalence fallacy, and it's too obvious. Use another strategy, it won't work. And what's crazy? Temsa is in Iran. He's so articulate, and Islam is in UK, and he's constantly typing in Farsi. That's all I'm gonna say. Not being mean, but reading to اعصابمون به خدا یعنی واقعا دیگه انقدر هیپوکراسی دیگه نمیشه دیگه دیگه خسته شدیم دیگه. How much are we supposed to like point out? How much more are we supposed to point out that our youth is our future? أحسنت بعيد. As a Christian within America, I oppose those churches, but some do help. I guess. Not really educated on the matter. I'm not American. I sound American. I've never stepped foot in the States. Or Canada, or that side of hemisphere as a whole. Fair, so do good. Some fair, some do good. He's from IRGC detected. Yo, radar. Your guys' radar is crazy, man. Yeah, the Mossad should hire the boys in the chat. They swatting them like flies. He did, to his defense, he did say, I shit down the mouth of any Basiji that killed his own people. Again, احساسیم قبولتون دارم میدونم چی میگین واقعا درک میکنم حتی حقم آخرش به شماست not anything other than that. You're not? Color me impressed. I grew up on the internet, being most Iranian kids grew up on internet. I feel like a lot of my friends that are on speak very well English because they're gamers and they either played role play servers and whatever, or they just watched a lot of YouTube and they just picked up Bill's back. Everyone flee. Oh yeah, I see him. Oh, he went outside. There's a little delay to what you guys are saying. Like, but yeah. Guys, tonight is it's not looking too bright anymore. I'll skim Twitter for any new news. I've been focusing the chat as of late. But let me look at some credible places.
So I see you're holding down the fort.
Oh, I was holding down the fort. Hell yeah, you're back?
Yeah. I was thinking, I was listening, obviously, while I was driving and not texting while I was driving. I was parked waiting for someone. But there's another thing that has to be addressed.
Mm-hmm.
If this were to happen, hold on, let me mute. Wait, I'll just give me a second.
While we're waiting for Bill,
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna read more chat. All good. Everyone feeling scared of those songs of Bill. Sounds great. I love them. It might happen in 2 to 4 days. Weekend, most likely. Islam uses hate speech or report him. Islam, now you're using an ad. Mean. This guy speaks better English than me, man. I don't even know what that word is. Attacking King versus Pahlavi instead of addressing the argument. I mean, that's what they reduced it. They just trying to شرکوب میکنن. چیز جدیدی نیست. ما دیدیم این بازی ها. یاد گرفت. میدونیم. من نمیخوام مثل بقیه زینوفوبیک بشم و نمیدونم. You know what I mean?
Okay. We think about the situation in Iran, but we also have to think about the region. How does this affect Iraq? How does this affect Lebanon? How does it affect Yemen? I mean, there's going to be a shift there, don't you think? Because
oh yeah, definitely there's going to be a shift. If they've been getting corrupt money, if there's been some under the table deal that's been going on, and all of that, then yeah, this does affect them badly if they've had some corrupt dealings going on, and if we take them out and we go into those institutions and suddenly we find like files on all of this, it'll end up really badly for them, especially if it turns out that we funded like some horrible stuff,
Well, I'm looking at it like, say, let's look at Lebanon, for example, the Lebanese government, the Lebanese army. If Hezbollah is not getting the money, the funding from Iran, it eventually you would think it would be the demise. It would undermine Hezbollah, and do you know what I mean? It would probably become the beginning of the end of Hezbollah and some of these other proxy groups that are known.
Yeah, definitely. That's what they're scared of. They're scared shitless of that. But do we Iranians care? No. Not even a little bit, man. Enough suffering for us. We
Oh, no,
felt-
I get that. But the people that live in these countries, it's also going to affect them as well. The people that live in Lebanon, the people that live in Yemen, the people that live in Syria, the people that live in Iraq, especially Iraq, right next door. You would think there's going to be ramifications if there's this regime fall and there's, a new transitional government in Iran. Things will change. There's going to be a shift. That's just undeniable. So this is going to affect the region in many ways, dude.
In good ways for some of us who think straight, and in bad ways for some of us who, think a certain thing. But yeah, that's definitely a conversation that'll be very prominent in the next few years, and how these other countries they might put sanctions on us now. Oh, I'd love to see that. Love to see how much their sanctions affect us.
Someone says, interesting, you guys are Western backing Iranians. Well, I am not Iranian. I'm an American mutt. That's what I am, an American mutt. But, I mean, like I said, I cannot speak. All I know is I support democracy. I support freedom. And that's why this is, for me, this is something that is an importance to me personally. I've taken personal interest, and I've gotten to know you and other of the Iranian friends that are in that chat, and I support all of them. Because, it's not like I have people, and I've had other people, I've set examples of this, but you guys are experiencing this. This is part of your life. This is affecting you since you were children. Like for you, you were 9 years old when you left the country. You have loved ones there. You have friends and family that you left behind. They're still there. I mean, this has to be the most horrific experience for all of you that have endured this for all these years. And it's come to the point where enough's enough and you just want change. It's as simple as that. That's the way I look at it.
No, we definitely had it up to here, man. We're tired of it. We sound tired. And we really do sound really tired. If you just listen to these Iranians, yeah, they're hopeful. Yeah, they're fighting. Yeah, they're putting up a fight. But behind that is nothing but a depressed person. Just tired of punching up, and then being hit in the head or kicking their voice away. So I think it's about enough.
Now he says, maybe I misunderstood, but they seem to think Israel will do better against Iran than they did previously. I don't know what you mean by that. If it were up to Israel, the 12-day war wouldn't have ended at 12 days. I think. If it was up to Israel, they would have kept going. But I think the president said, let's stop right here. We hit their nuclear facilities. Let's see where we go from here. I honestly think it was the president that said, hold up. If it was up to Israel, I think they would have kept going. That's just my opinion. So it may not have been a 12-day thing. Because I think they would have seen the opportunity, okay, they're in a position now, we got air superiority, we can continually to hit the targets in there and possibly even take out the regime. What do you think? You think it would, if Israel...
I do agree. I'm 100% agree. But I also think that Israel held back, like Bean said, because
I agree.
They seem to actually care for the Iranian people compared to the Arab world. They seem to actually give. And while the other, like Al Jazeera is silent, all these other countries are silent. They're not saying anything. Erdogan goes on a call with Pezeshkian and says, "You did a great job with the riots." So I'm not expecting nothing from them in the future unless they backtrack, because they all kind of need Iran.
Dude, there ain't nothing happening tonight. You know that.
Yeah, it's not looking great.
No way. Hey, look at that air traffic. That's cray-cray. That is a flood. I mean, look at that. That is heavy. Heavy air traffic in eastern Iraq right now. Look at all the air traffic that resumed in Iran. Look at it. Yeah. There was a moment that it looked like there could have been some question. There's no question now, because it did not look like this a couple of hours ago. And I understand it's the early morning hours, but look at it now. That is just crazy traffic. So, no. Nothing's happening tonight or early in the morning. Well, I mean, what time is it now? It's got to be close to 4:30 a.m., 4:15 a.m. in Iran. No?
Yeah, it is.
Alexa, what time is it in Iran?
It's 4:11 a.m. in Iran right
It's
now.
4:11. There's no way. No way. Nothing's happening this. Now, I don't know if it's going to happen. I heard what you said, or I think I read somebody in chat. You never know what could happen during the week. What, is there a rule that we have to wait for the markets to close for something to happen? No. It could happen during the week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Do they really, do you think they really, I mean, they do care about how it affects the market, but if the president wants to take action, he's going to take action. He's not going to look at maybe he will take that into consideration, but if he wants to act, he's going to act regardless. It's not going to be because the markets. Even though prior activity has occurred on the weekend with Venezuela and Midnight Hammer, I mean, if you want to look at that kind of a pattern, but that doesn't mean that we're going to stick to some type of a pattern. You know?
It definitely, I mean, breaking that pattern is part of it, right?
Exactly.
It sets up the expectation that, like, Trump does this only on the weekend, so they always get ready on the weekend, and then boom.
Exactly.
Not in nowhere.
The last thing he wants is predictability.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. He keeps everybody guessing. That's part of it. All I know is I was reading on X, there is a lot of speculation that the next 48 to 72 hours. That's what when I was in the car hearing and watching you, I was looking on X, and there's a lot of speculation that people are saying it could happen within the next few days, not next week. I personally think it's next weekend. Just me. But there is a lot of talk on, the chatter that it could happen in the next 48 to 72 hours. That's what I was reading. And yes,
we'll see. We'll be here, man.
You mentioned GDP. Was that the person's name earlier that made the comment about the meetings? Yes, they're having senior official meetings. Witkoff is there. What is the Admiral Cooper is there, and they're all in Israel. They're having like high staff senior meetings with officials. The Israelis are part of that. And I also read that they already have the other countries ready, standing by to help defend Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So they're definitely getting everything in position in the event that something does go down. I could say that. And people have to realize it takes time for planning, organization, getting everything set up properly, because this is not something you want to rush into and screw up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you want to give this one try, and that one try is gonna be done and deal. So it's not gonna cost much. No extra lives are gonna be lost. They've learned from history, man. They've seen it in the past. They probably learned from Iraq. They probably learned from all these countries and what they did to Venezuela. But I think they're just waiting for the perfect, opportune moment to strike.
Yeah, I like Gaddafi. That is true. A lot of people consider the market. We've heard that comment numerous times. That is the consensus. The majority that are in chat agree to that. It wouldn't happen during the week because of the market. And that's why I'm saying next weekend. But you can't discount the possibility that it could be, well, everybody's thinking it's all about the market. I don't give a shit what other people think. I'm going to do it now.
Also, like, something just came out from Reuters. Trump's administration pressures Bolivia's new right-wing government to expel suspected Iranian spies from its territory and to designate the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah, and Hamas as terrorized organizations. That's Reuters.
Well, it'd be nice if the EU stepped up and finally declared it that way too, because they're trying to bring it up, but there's nothing been officially passed by the European Union.
Yeah. No spine there, man.
None.
Can't find it.
Well, you got to look what's going on internally in their countries too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's horrible. Bill, I'm gonna take a
go.
Here.
No, go. Get off. Do your thing, because I'm not gonna stick around and waste other people's time here. Because I personally, I don't know if you agree. I think you do. I don't see anything happening tonight. I don't.
Yeah, me neither.
And tomorrow it's going to be like redoing this all over again, because you just don't know. I mean, I don't think something's going to happen tomorrow night into Monday morning. But you never know.
Mhm.
You just don't know. And another thing we can't discount either is the slight possibility that Iran may act.
Oh yeah.
You
Oh,
know?
yeah.
It doesn't have to be us or Israel. It can be Iran. It could be. I'm not
The
saying.
pieces are in place. If they do something that stupid, they'll definitely get a very harsh reply.
Oh, for
And,
sure.
You know, we'll have to see.
Yes.
We just have to wait and see.
Well, I know it's getting late in Vienna.
Yeah.
So go get some rest, get some and thank you for being here, of course. And
No problem, man.
I may be busting your chops in the days and weeks to come. Just telling you.
Oh, I'll be here. You won't be busting anything.
You know,
I'll gladly be here.
communicate with me how we communicate.
Yeah.
And God bless you and your family and my prayers. And we'll be in touch.
Thank you. The same to you and to all the mods in chat that helped tonight. Vahid, all the other homies that were in the chat, Dusty, Amal, and everybody who helped me translate some of the stuff I couldn't while you were gone as well. And everybody that came and had like an intellectual conversation with me.
Yes.
And thank you for giving me the platform.
You're
to
welcome.
Be able to speak to my compatriots.
All right. Well, listen, God bless, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Later.
Thank you,
Bye. And the thing is, and he said it, we can all respectfully agree to disagree or agree. But it's important that I think that everyone has a voice. You may not agree with it. As long as we agree to disagree respectfully, that's fine. It's, you know, I think that's important. It's important for people's voices to be heard. Communication, dialogue, talking about our differences of opinion. And I truly believe that there's more commonality than not. And, you know, some things will be probably impossible to agree upon because people feel very strongly about their views, their opinions. And it can be across the board, politically, religiously, socially, whatever it is. I get it. I mean, and you got to remember, people's lives are at stake. That's the bottom line. This is not a game. This is not like, this is literally people's lives at stake. Period. Bottom line. So that's the way I think about it. And I think it's important and it's great. And I got to be honest, in general, I've seen what's been going on here. And my opinion is, overall, I've seen people, yes, very passionate, but respectful. And that's important. That's good. That's a good thing. That's a very good thing. So I have friends in here that I've known for over a decade. They know sometimes I get them, I'll just say it, pissed off on things I say. But, you know, they don't take it personal. I don't take what they say personal. And we move on. It's like family. There's times when I have my moments and there's arguments and, you know, that kind of thing happens. But all in all, you know, I love them. I may disagree. And sometimes, I have a little, at times, I try not to, but I have a little temper. It's human. But that's part of being human. We're also emotional. I don't like to let the emotions get the best of me because that can lead to negative behavior by overreacting, being impulsive, being rash, not thinking things out clearly, not thinking about short-term, long-term consequences of actions, because there always are. You know, so I always try to take the high road and not that low road. I think I'm more of an optimist than a pessimist. But obviously there are people here being directly affected. There was somebody in chat that said, and it hit me, and it's been hitting me for 24 hours, that they lost their mother in Iran during this. I'm like, oh my God. Do you know how helpless that is? How horrific that is? And that's what I mean. Literally, people's lives. I mean, people throw numbers around like it's just a number. Those numbers represent people's lives. And that's horrific. You know? And that's the thing that we have to remember, how this affects people. Whether you disagree with these people or you agree with these people, they're still human beings. And I like I said, I try not to share things on X, like social media posts, because I cannot verify, one, if they're credible, when they're dated, AI, there's so many things I have to take in consideration. And I don't want to be part of the propaganda arm for anything. It's about being responsible, to the best of one's ability to be responsible. Because credibility is important. Without that, you have nothing. What do you believe? What do you trust? That's very difficult in these times, regardless. It is so difficult. And there's stuff out there for everyone to feed off. There's rage baiting, there's clickbaiting, there's all kinds of stuff going on out there. And there are people that are sadistic, that enjoy it. They enjoy seeing others suffer. Remember that. They take pleasure on that, laughing about it like it's a fucking joke. This isn't funny. But there are people out there that think this is funny. They're sadistic. So remember, regardless, you know, there's people's lives at stake. And when you consider, if you could also say if and when, I would think still when this happens, how many innocent people are going to suffer from this? Because civilian casualties are always a result of anything. You got to remember, if they're going to, if you think about it from a point of view, where would missiles be launched from? Rooftops in neighborhoods, in schools, near mosques, near hospitals, populated areas. So if you're going to go take out those targets, what is the risk involved of civilian casualties? And you know that's going to happen, because that's the sad, scary part of it all. How many innocent people suffer from war, regardless of what side you support? It's always the people that are caught in the crossfire, always. And we have to consider that. Now, I don't know if there's a way out here diplomatically. I don't know. When the president says new leadership is needed in Iran, does that mean simply that Khomeini is got to go and we can work with some other interim government at the time? If I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. But remember, once we cross that threshold, there's no turning back. Once, if it happens, when it happens, whatever happens, it's all going to be the unknown. No one's going to know. No, that's the total unknown of it. We don't know how this is going to play out. We don't know what the ramifications are going to be. That's the scary part. And that's just being rational, logical. And yes, the price of doing nothing is far worse for the people of Iran. But God forbid, I'm just saying, we might say that, but God forbid a hypersonic missile, a missile goes toward Israel and has a dirty bomb. Then what? Let's just say. Because my friend who's in the military and he's doing work told me the rumor was last week that dirty bombs were a possibility of a retaliatory strike from Iran. he said dirty bombs. That's scary. So, you know, and then what happens? So we have to be very careful. And I understand it. I'm all for freedom for the Iranian people. I get it. But I'm saying there could be some dire consequences that there's so many unknowns here. And we all have to be prepared for that unknown. That's what I'm saying. Just prepare for anything that may not go exactly as planned. You know what I mean? Definition of Western propaganda. Well, as much as the West has propaganda, so does the East have propaganda. It goes both ways. There's no one-sidedness here. Propaganda goes both ways. It's not just one-sided, to be fair. Cosmic concerns. Can we just focus on UFOs? Nothing's going to happen tonight. It's done. This is done. Even though there's a lot of C-17s in the air right now. And this is probably a Poseidon, or maybe a Hercules. This might be a Hercules. No, it's a C-17. That's definitely a C-17. This is definitely a C-17. This is definitely a tanker. Another C-17. Another C-17. There's a lot of movement here. Transport. There is a lot going on. To be honest. But the air traffic speaks for itself, in my opinion. Look at that. And like I said, I personally believe that something's going to happen. All I'm saying is we have to all be prepared for any scenario, any outcome, good or bad. That's all I'm saying. Stay grounded, stay level-headed, because we just don't know how this is going to play out. That's all I'm saying. I'm just reading what Navi's saying. Why are we so interested in a specific model? Okay, so what... And I know, thanks to Sep for being here and being able to speak Persian to a lot of people. If you see the air traffic start to divert or clear out, it could be an indication that they're closing airspace. Whether it's a specific country like Iran or Israel or Iraq, all these points in between, Jordan, and you start to see that civilian air traffic is being diverted to avoid the area, it could indicate that something may be going on soon. That's all. It could be an indicator. That's all. Because when it happened a week ago, we were live and we noticed it. And we were like, uh-oh. And then people in chat were saying, they just closed the airspace here. They just did this. They just stopped the flights, international flights going in over Iran. It was... So, like I said, this could be an indicator. That's all it is. And it's speculation, assumption, but it could give you some idea of what potentially could be going down if it does. That's all. Because on that night, we were live, and I had the military filter on. And a lot of the activity comes out of Qatar, as you can see. Well, that night, I never saw it before, and I knew something was weird was going on. 6 tankers, 6 straddle tankers took off consecutively. I never saw that before. One after the other. They all just took off. And then, of course, they disappeared. I said, oh shit, what's this about? What's going on? Why are 6 launching all at once? And then you started to see the changes in the air traffic and the civilian. And then people were in chat were saying, Bill, they just closed in Iranian airspace. I'm like, uh-oh. And then you started to see things get quiet. You didn't see the planes coming down from Turkey or up from Kuwait, the Persian Gulf. Because this is a common flight path for civilian aircraft through eastern Iraq, right here. This is constant. Sometimes, depending on time, you'll see the traffic going both ways, one way, but this is a common thing here. Like right now, you'll see a lot of planes coming from Turkey, diving down into eastern Iraq, and you'll see a lot of planes coming up and going over the Persian Gulf into Kuwait, into Iraq. So you watch for that. If they start to divert or avoid the area, of course they're going to try to protect civilians. What, are they going to fly civilians in a war zone? A potential war zone with missiles flying? No. So they're going to avoid it. That's what I'm saying. It could be just like an indication that they got word, they got told, stay away from the area. Heads up, don't fly there. Stay away. But does that mean any necessary time that a country would respect it? I don't think, not, because it happened in Iran, it happened in Ukraine, where civilian aircraft are downed, whether, accidental or otherwise. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. So that's why I keep an eye on this. And I heard Sepp say it. Look at all that traffic. He's right. It's like a train. It's almost 4:30. It is actually. It's 4:33 a.m. in Tehran or in Iran. I would never say here, sitting here, that the United States, or I don't know about Israel, I don't think we would ever do a daytime strike. I just don't see that. Strategically, I don't see that. Nighttime, yes. Daytime, no. So that's why I'm saying no way. I don't think anything's happening now. And we said that earlier. I think a lot of people put the number 2 in there. From a practical point of view. And we're trying to be, the mods here, the mods here are very tolerant. And I've told them that. It's very rare that I ban anyone. And they know. But, there's also a line. A line. Don't be respectful. Don't cross a line. There's no need for it. You may not agree with my opinions, and that's fine. And you can definitely voice your opposition to it and speak your opinion. I have no problem with that. And Sepp also was trying to relay that same message. We have the USS Theodore Roosevelt and the USS Abraham Lincoln. No way all that's moving there just for show. I agree. And there might be a third on the way. Just saying. Yeah, a lot of Iranians. I mean, I don't think the number is 40,000. I think it's higher than that across the country. I can't even imagine the true numbers across the country, how many people have lost their lives or have been wounded or detained or executed. I can't even imagine. I can't. I'm just reading. Remember, before this all happened, and doesn't Israel have a relationship for thousands of years with the Persian people? Historically? It changed in 79, but before that, and historically, it's only during these 46, 47 years that all of a sudden, and that they're going to develop relationships almost instantaneously when the day comes that it's transitional And a lot of people don't want that. There's a lot of anti-Semitism out there. I get it. Reza Pahlavi already said it. He's going to recognize the state of Israel. That right there is probably freaking so many people out in the region. There are still 15 Arab countries that do not recognize the state of Israel. Alexa, how many Arab countries still do not recognize Israel as a state?
14 Arab League members
14.
still don't recognize Israel. Algeria, Comoros, Djibouti, Iraq, Kuwait, Lebanon, Libya, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, Syria, Tunisia, and Yemen.
What happens then when Persia, the great nation of Persia, Iran, recognizes Israel as a state? And there's also the Sunni.
If Iran recognized
Alexa,
Israel.
It says it here. If Iran recognized Israel, let's see, what would the effects be in the region if Iran recognized Israel as a state?
If Iran recognized Israel, it would significantly shift Middle East geopolitics. This could lead to reduced tensions, potential diplomatic openings, and a realignment of regional alliances. It might also impact Iran's support for anti-Israel groups and influence broader Arab-Israeli relations.
And that's the American Alexa version of the interpretation. Take that for whatever it's worth.
From an American perspective, Iran recognizing Israel would be seen as a major diplomatic breakthrough. It could lead to improved U.S.-Iran relations and be viewed as a positive step toward regional stability and peace in the Middle East.
Alexa, stop. Everything's fine here. Everything's fine. All I'm saying is, depending on your point of view, goes without saying. And remember, there's the Sunni Shia aspect of this. Saudi Arabia publicly might be saying, we condemn this, but what do you think they're saying privately? What do you think? What do you think some of these Arab nations are saying privately about this? Behind closed doors. Really? It's one thing when they say something condemnation in public, because they have to. But what are they really thinking behind the scenes? That's the question. I don't think there would be many people unhappy to see the regime fall. Just like Saudi Arabia dealing with Yemen and the separatists that the UAE withdrew a few weeks ago. And now what is Saudi Arabia doing in Yemen? You know what I mean? And we cannot be xenophobic here and say all of Islam is bad, or all of Christianity is bad, or all of any religion is bad. That's a horrific mistake to me. Because in anything, no, I don't want to say anything. In most cases, there's extremism in most. I don't want to say all. But to label everyone evil, that's to me ignorant, intolerant, and a huge mistake. It's about respect of people's right to freedom of religion. You may not like it. That's okay. That's your opinion. But it's also about respect, respecting what other people's choices are. And that's a big part of it too. Exactly. Historically, Persia and Israel were allies. So there are, I think, 7 nations or Arab nations that recognize Israel currently. I know Egypt, I think Jordan, there's a few. Alexa, what Arab nations recognize Israel as a state?
Six Arab nations
6.
recognize Israel. Egypt was first in 1979, followed by Jordan in 1994, then the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan through the 2020 Abraham Accords.
So there are 6, and there are 14 that have not.
That's correct.
Alexa, stop. And I am a person, I could show you videos. I actually have videos of me going to festivals of all kinds here in the United States, near me. German, Greek, Indian, Native American, Celtic, of course Spanish, Italian, you name it. I go to them because I love to experience culture, the music, the people, the food, everything about it. And you know what? I've never felt unwelcomed or felt like an outsider in any of them. The people were friendly. I've never had a negative experience. I think it's important for people to understand culture and to respect culture, each other's culture, and the sovereignty of their culture, and not try to change that culture. That's the mistake. When you force upon something, force it. It has to be left to the people. It's their culture. And I can tell you from my own personal experience of my heritage that I am not proud of. And I can prove it to you on the screen. I am related directly to Christopher Columbus. Directly. His son. I am directly connected to Ponce de Leon. Do you know what they're responsible of doing in Hispaniola? Slaughtering genocide of native indigenous peoples. Do you think I'm proud of that? They're my ancestors. And they were responsible for genocide of the Native Americans. They're my ancestors. They were Capitan of the Spanish army. I have all kinds. It took me months and months to do research of my lineage going back in time. It took me a long time, but I did it. One is my eighth great grandmother is a Ponce de Leon. My 8th great grand uncle is Cristobal Colon descendant, which is Christopher Columbus's son, Diego Colon. It's in Spanish. It's Columbus is Colon, and his first name is Cristobal by the Spaniards. So they went in there and conquered, like they did throughout the South America too, the conquistadors. I can't even tell you forcing the religion upon people, and if you didn't, it didn't end up well. So that's part of my ancestry. Not the stuff that that people were led to believe, because I had to do a lot of stuff because it came up that I'm Native American. And it's the Taino Indians. And I had to go through Puerto Rico documentation, all to prove lineage, to identify myself partially as Native American. And there was a whole process in that alone. And they're considered extinct. But now, you know, it's starting to come out more and more that there are evidence that there are still remnants, ancestors of the Taino Indians that were on Puerto Rico at the time. So culture is important. Keeping culture intact, being proud of your culture. There's nothing wrong with being proud of your ancestry, because there's good and bad in everything. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, I'm not talking about what happened in the Americas, William. I'm talking about Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, the islands. And again, if you look at his plan, at Reza's plan, it's well done. It might make sense before people criticize this or that. Maybe you should read the plan and just then make an opinion about the transition. At least read it. It's like 180 something pages long. Read it. See what's in the plan before you judge it. At least read it. And I have the PDF. I do have it. It might help just to check it out. Read it for yourself. And then decide, is this the right direction? Is this something I would support? Or am I just going to be stuck and stubborn and narrow and not even consider it without even looking at it and understanding it? I don't know. This is the PDF. This is it. This is the plan. I have it. I downloaded it thanks to someone in chat sending me the link at the time. But this is the transitional plan. And yes, it talks about having free and fair elections, a democratic process. It does have an outline, and to me, it's well done. And it's extensive. And it would take some time. And Iranian people are very intelligent, intellectual people. They rank amongst the top in the world for, believe it or not, IQ. They're very intelligent people. Just from that perspective. So it's not like, we're dealing with something that is the people that are not intelligent. They're very intelligent people. So if you read it and you look it over, and you go through it and you give it a chance and you look at it, it's going to take time. And the indoctrination is a big part of it. Because that has been decades worth. I mean, my God. There's so much here. And they're addressing so many different social, political, security, democratic. I mean, this is... And whoever came up with this plan, they really did a lot of work involved here. And I would suggest, because there's going to be a lot of that too, there's going to be all kinds of, you got to think about the mental, emotional effects. Look at this. Provide universal, free, and high-quality public education for all citizens. Permit private sector participation in education, similar to here in the United States. A lot of this is democratic values that we enjoy here in our country. And I think sometimes we take for granted. I mean, we can go on and on looking at this. Foreign policy. My gosh. And even this, rapid attainment of international legitimacy and formal recognition by major global powers. United States, European Union, Israel, neighboring countries such as India, China, and Russia. So they're being inclusive to everyone. Look at this. Addressing global concerns regarding Iran's nuclear and missile programs as well as its past destabilization regional behavior. Look at that. Replacing the Islamic Republic's ideological foreign policy with a pragmatic, nationally driven, and peace-oriented approach. I mean, this, if you read it, then reach your own conclusion about that. I would say read it. At least read it. Yeah, it's the balance, Bean. It's the balance between, there's always the balance between good and evil. But it's all of us, and I'm being honest, we all have those struggles. You want to be as good as possible, I would think. Temptation is a bitch. Greed, corruption, power. Didn't Reza say that we would clarify everything after the elections? Well, now that the internal and external sites have been unilaterally determined. I don't understand what you're saying, because that's an outline on the transitional. The transition's going to take time, if not years. It's not overnight. It takes time for change. Change always takes time. You have to build from a foundation up. It takes time. It takes time for the people to adjust. And that's not even talking about the problems they have economically, water, food, all that. I mean, there's so many things going on that have to be addressed. And yes, what if the majority of the people want Islam, so be it. But it's up to the people to make that choice. If that's the way the country wants to move forward, so be it. But let's leave it for the people to make that choice. Then no one can say anything. They had free, fair elections. This is what the people chose. This is what they're going to do. That's like saying here, sometimes we have a liberal, progressive, whatever. Sometimes we have a conservative. I mean, it shifts here. The people vote, despite what people might say about the legitimacy of it. But that's part of the process. Sometimes people want to go in one direction generally in majority, and then they say, you know what, I'm not happy with the current state. We need change. Let's go this way. But it's left to the people. At least that's in the principle of it. And there's going to be a lot of people that don't like it and are upset from the result. But that's part of it. That's what a democracy is about. Let me see. Freedom of voting comes with the price of knowledge. You must know what you want to get what you want. And I totally agree. That's why, you know, like I wrote the president. You guys know that. I wrote the president. I got a letter back in December. I'm proactive. I am in communications with the people that represent me locally, in the state legislation, in the federal government, and including the president. And yes, I can prove it because I got the letter on an email, December 10th. I am that way. I will, and I do it respectfully. I could read to you what I wrote to the president, and I could read to you what he responded with. And I'm not saying it was the president, but it came from the White House correspondence. I'm sure it wasn't literally him, necessarily. So who chose Pahlavi now? Well, based on what I'm seeing, just based on what I see, I'm not there internally. I'm just basing it on what people are telling me from within Iran. But these are the people that you would consider the rioters. It seems like the majority of the people on the streets are chanting his name. Now, we're not seeing the pro rallies necessarily that could be occurring for the people that support the regime, to be fair. We're seeing the one side of the opposition. But that doesn't mean there aren't people out there for the regime, supporting the regime, and we're not seeing that part, to be fair. I get that. And we also have to consider the considerations on the ground. And what the truth is it 10,000, 20,000, 40,000, 80,000 dead? Are they all Mossad? Are they all agents for the Mossad? Or they are just people that came out frustrated about the current situation economically and otherwise in Iran and then are killed and slaughtered because they're trying to go out there and protest? But then you could say, well, they weren't just protesting and revolting. They were burning mosques. They were doing this. I get it. It's complicated, and I understand that. Yeah, and it has to be the whole representation of the entire country, the 90 million plus, whatever the number is. Obviously, they're adults a certain age. I get that. The total population, but that includes children, etc. We have better potentials inside. Well, if you're so sure about Abdul Hamid having 100 more time chances than Pahlavi, then vote. If you're so sure, hold a vote. If you're so sure, then let's have free and fair elections for the people to decide. That's all. Have an election. Okay, let's see. Like I said, and I'm not disputing what you're saying. What makes up Iran? The diversity, Sunni, Shia, Arab, Christian, this. You could state that all you want, but until the people go out there and vote and make that decision, all that is just bluster and talk. That's speculation. You're speculating about what the result would be. We don't know what the result would be because there's no election. Let the people decide. Then we can say, well, you know what? This is what the people chose. But to say with certainty that this is how they're going to vote, you don't know that. That's like here in the United States. We have polls. Nobody trusts polls. Oh, this poll says that Kamala Harris is going to beat Trump by 8 points. They're so sure of it. Not so fast. Anybody could say that until the elections occur and the people vote. That's when you know. Let's see. And I'm trying to give you your point of view, Islam. I am. I'm trying to be very respectful to what you're saying. And it's important that everybody has a voice. Even if a million people call Pahlavi and you're going to take this as proof of his leadership. So then if they weren't so worried about what was being seen and done on the streets of Iran, why did they close the internet? And black it out? And still, pretty much. Why? What were they so afraid for people to see or discuss that they closed it all up? And yes, Brian is correct. Separation of church and state. Absolutely. Absolutely. And remember, you also have quite a few of your fellow Iranians in chat. Like me, like I said, I say this as an example. I lived in New York City the majority of my life, and I couldn't stand when people were judging what was going on in the city from the outside looking in, and they had no idea what it was really like in New York City. And they were judging it based on what they saw in the media or a podcast. Well, not a podcast back then, but just the bullshit. But they didn't live there. I did. I seen it. I experienced it. It can be just said, who am I? Who the hell am I to say what's going on internally in Iran. That would be foolish, naive, stupid. The same way I talk about how people judge here about things that they don't know nothing about, it would be foolish for me to say the same thing about me voicing a certain opinion on what goes on in Iran. I'm not there. I don't know. But I'm also taking into account for the people that I know that are there or have family there or are from there, and I take that as value. That's what makes my objectivity more clear, based on what they're telling me from their own personal experiences. And that's all I can go on. That's all. To the best of my ability. And I hope to one day to go to Iran and see for myself. Not a great idea right now, but maybe sometime in the future. To experience it, that's like if everybody here saw a movie. Some of us might like the movie, some of us might hate the movie, some of us might fall asleep, some might cheer. It's in the eye of the beholder, but it's got to be from your own personal experience. It's hard to take somebody else's word. You take everything with a grain of salt because you yourself don't have that hands-on experience, that personal experience to speak from experience. You know what I mean? So, and I trust, and that's another word, trust. I trust in what my friends tell me. I have faith in them. I trust them. And, you know, when it's like if one tells me one thing, I'm like, If another one tells me, but when there's an overwhelming from people from all walks of life telling me the similar situation, I'm like, circumstantial evidence can get you put in prison here. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence that tells me to think one way right now. And that's until I'm convinced more otherwise. That's just the way I personally reach. That's like if you were on a jury. Some may not agree. A hung jury. They cannot be convinced. That's the way it is. But it's left to the individual. And it's not easy. It's complicated. It really is complicated. And yes, Sep, thank you for being here tonight and speaking to those in Iran. Because, look, we heard tonight, we saw tonight people pleading for help us. SOS, help us. They're going house to house. So what the fuck are we supposed to believe when people are telling us that? And then you correlate that with videos of people on trucks, on pickup trucks, with fucking army military weapons and shooting indiscriminately at people under martial law. What kind of fucking life is that? And yes, like here, we see it with the anti-ICE protesters, the agitators, and they have to use tear gas and other means to repel them. It happens here. We see it. But I don't see anybody going around shooting them indiscriminately and slaughtering them. Law and order has to be kept, but there's also, to a certain degree, where you just don't indiscriminately start killing people left and right to repel it. You know, so I don't know who that is. I can't say your name. Erfio, is that? I know I'm saying your name wrong. So that person's in Iran. And yes, we all wish the best for everyone. You know, if we had more peace, love, compassion, understanding, respect, all the good things in life, maybe things would be better. Understanding. Oh, dude, you don't even know. I saw that video, Sep. I don't want to show the video. That was horrific when I saw that. Of the young boy shot up in the leg and shot up in the face, and he's talking. Oh my God, children. I'm hearing horrific accounts that there were a bunch of children. Now, I don't know if this is true. This is what I mean. There was a bunch of children that were out and they were chanting and saying Reza Pahlavi's name, and they slaughtered all the children. Oh my God. I seen that, and like I said, I don't know if that's credible, so I'd be very careful by saying that. I do not know, but if that's true, oh my God. Because you didn't like what the kids were saying, so you shot them and killed them? Oh my God. Children. How barbaric. I mean, my God. And that came out in the last day or two. And I'm going to see if I can actually pull up an article. I was like, oh my God. It was on X. But then again, do we trust everything that comes out in the media or on social platforms? That's why I take that with a grain of salt big time. But if true, oh my God. I don't know. Whatever, regardless, it's so freaking sad. That's all I can say. It's so sad. It's horrific. I'm just gonna see if I find it. I don't even know if I don't. I mean, oh my God. This is 5 minutes ago. Should we? Oh, I don't even want to show it. And look what he said. Mani, go son, I'll come after you. Mani Safarpour, 18, was killed during the protest. The day before his death, he spoke excitedly about saving up for a motorbike. This is what he said. They're shooting pellets at girls' legs. I'm going forward so they don't get hurt. And they killed him. And they fucking killed him. What about this? I mean, what about this? I mean, is this a lie? Is it? He was a rioter, right? This makes me sick. That if that doesn't affect anyone on a human level, then something's fucking wrong with you. You're a sociopath. There's something wrong with you. I mean, I'm seeing videos I can't even show. It's fucking horrific. Okay. Okay, here's one. From Kashani Hospital, Isfahan. Regime forces left the wounded alongside corpses in the morgue overnight, locking the doors to let them die. They were moaning in pain and medical staff were not allowed to treat them. Oh, this is so fucking humane.
یک خبری اومده در مورد بیمارستان کاشانی اصفهان. اگر این خبر رو نشنیدید خیلی دردناکه. بزنین بره این ویدیو رو. خبر اینه که توی سردخونه بیمارستان اجساد بودن، روی هم بودن و صدای آه و ناله می اومده و این جنایتکارای حکومت جمهوری اسلامی اومدن در رو پلم کردن شب تا صبح، نذاشتن برن به داد اون مریض ها برسن و همشون از بین رفتن و جونشون از دست دادن. من توی اون بیمارستان کار کردم، سالها کار کردم، هم به عنوان اینترن هم به عنوان رزیدنت. آخرین بار که کار میکردم اونجا کشیک اورژانس بودم توی یک اتاقی به اسم اتاق احیا. اتاق احیا یعنی وقتی مریض بدحال توسط آمبولانس میاد خیلی سریع مریض رو به اون اتاق منتقل میکنم. به خدا گریه میگیره نمیخوام بگم. اتاق احیا جاییه که جون حتی یک آدم ارزش داره. جاییه که وقتی مریض می اومد یک زنگی داشت، زنگشو می زدن یعنی مریض اومده یا هنوز بیاین برای نجات جون اون یه دونه مریض. چه پزشک، چه پرستار، چه بهیار، حتی کسی که وظیفش تمیز کردن اون اتاق بود می اومد و آشغالا رو از توی دست و پاها، اگه لباس خونی بود، گاز خونی هرچی بود جمع میکرد که یه موقع کسی سر نخوره، در حد توان خودش تمیز میکرد اتاقو و چنان همه به تکاپو میافتادن که بتونن جون اون یک دونه آدم رو نجات بدن. بیمارستان کاشانی یعنی این بود، یعنی اون سیستم کادر درمان اونجا اونجوری بود و هنوزم هست.
So, regardless of what you think about these people, that is so fucking cruel, that is so inhumane, there is no excuse for that even occurring anywhere, period, for any legitimate reason. None. Zero. Absolutely fucking none. There is no justification under any such situation that that's acceptable in any case. Period. No one can justify that. I don't give a shit where you come from. If what she's saying is accurate and true, there is absolutely no excuse, no rational explanation. Zero. None. None. It's inhumane. It's, my God, it's evil. It's fucking evil. Cruel. It's inhumane. And when I see things like that, I get agitated and upset. Now, again, do we know what she's saying to be true? Is do we know the validity and the credibility, and is it vetted? I'm just sharing to you what people are saying. And I'm sure people say, oh, that's fake. This is that, this, you know. The question is, what if it's not? And I believe it's true. personally, my opinion. And the translation is, Sepp is saying, she says people were in a room locked while screaming in pain, and they locked them until they died. And she worked in that hospital where she was in Iran. And now she's saying that the room, they were in an emergency room that they were taught even one life is important when it's there. My God. And they will find excuses to say this is fake, this is propaganda, this is AI, this is... And that's the problem. That's the problem. These are recent posts. Look at this one. Oh, and like I said, I don't know if this is true or not, but this is, I think of my mother doing something like this because my mother would. Her name is Jamile Shafie, a 66-year-old mother and grandmother from Iraq. She stepped in front of Khamenei's forces to shield young protesters from their bullets. They shot her anyway. And she died, trying to protect the youth of Iran. They shot her. No tear gas, no, they just shot her. My God. Oh my God, it was his birthday on January 9th during the revolting... This is so fucking horrible. Sina Lavasani was just 17 years old, was shot and killed by regime forces. That night was his birthday. So young, gone, shot, killed. And this just got posted. People are starting to look at it and they're sharing it and they're spreading it right now. 10 minutes ago. The images are coming out now of the people. This is so... I mean, I don't like to show this stuff, but oh my God, that's the same one. Yeah, who are they shooting at? What the... What? Hold on. What?
Gonna have some of this ice cream.
Yes.
Make the food. Okay.
This is what they got going on. I wonder if they're even Iranian. So this is how the Iranian people are living under fear and intimidation and martial law and scared to death in their homes, worried about them breaking in and coming for them next. Sounds like an Iraqi accident? Well, that's what they're saying. A lot of them, they brought in proxies from other places. And I believe this was that same thing that they said these were Iraqis. So, I mean, my God. I'll tell you right now, with Second Amendment in this country, those fuckers would be taken out in 2 minutes. Thank God for the Second Amendment in the United States. Thank God. They wouldn't stand a fucking chance. Not a chance. Not in this country. They would be fucking gunned down in seconds. We're not taking that shit. You can bet on that. All Ali in chat is saying in Kremlin, a lot of people died and his friend was shot in the... Oh my God. I mean, do we need to do this? I mean, there are... To see... Look, let me explain something, because I'm going to start getting a little emotional myself. I don't want to show these videos, but sometimes we need to, but I don't want to because it just brings nightmares and trauma to people that are currently experiencing people that they know that have either died or they don't know what their whereabouts are. This is not good for the mental health and the well-being for many of the people that are watching right now that are affected directly. And I have to be sensitive to that. Because it's traumatizing. Literally, fucking traumatizing. And I don't want to be responsible for that. But we just can't forget what's really going on. But I don't want to traumatize anyone because there's a lot of people here, like Ali, who's suffering enough. For me to be showing this is not good. It's not healthy. It's not. And I have to respect. And I apologize to all of you. But I think some people just want this not to be known. Like it's not happening. Like none of this is fucking real. It's all lies, propaganda, AI, fake, Mossad, CIA. And again, my apologies to you. I know. That's why, Bean, I apologize. I didn't mean it. That was not my intent to bring back horrible memories. That's why I'm not doing it no more. I hear you. And that's why out of respect, I apologize and I'm sorry. But it seems like there are some people that just are trying to create a different narrative. Exactly. But I'm not here to exploit it. This is not something to be exploited. That's why I've been refusing to show videos for a long time or images. Because there are people here that it's going to bring PTSD. You know what I'm saying. Oh, God. And oh, anyway. I pray for all of you. You know something? There are people out there that can't stand me, but I still wouldn't wish harm to them. I pray for them. I answer to God. If I make mistakes in life, I ask for forgiveness. First to God, and then to forgive myself. That's what matters. And taking responsibility and moving forward and making myself a better person every fucking day. That's how I deal with things. So, I am so sorry for all people out there everywhere suffering. Everywhere. Not just in Iran, everywhere. Including here. It's the human thing to do. Once you start losing care, what kind of person are you? What kind of person are you? If you have no compassion, love, caring for other people. What does that say about you as a person? Do you love yourself? So, enough's enough. Shit's gotta change. I'm tired of all the hate and the fucking anger, and I'm tired of it. I am so tired of it. Why can't people just be happy and live in peace and like you know, I'm here safe in my fucking house, play video games, go to the movies, do things. There are people out there that don't have running water, shelter, homeless, freedom, suffering. You know, I'm blessed to be in a position that I am, through bad, good. And I could show you, there's actually boxes ready to go out for food pantry. I wish I could help more. But at the same time, you know, I got to deal with the stresses of life here. Paying bills, taking care of mom, taking care of myself, taking care of my neighbors. Like you heard my neighbor call earlier telling me, I have gas if you need gas for the snowblower. And there's no uncomfortability about her calling me to even say that because she knows I'm going to do it. Help neighbors helping neighbors. People helping people. I wish there would be more of that. That's all I can say. You guys did something in chat. We need more. We need more mods. No, it's okay. I'm not concerned about the blah 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 and all those comments. That's their opinion. I made my point pretty much known. You guys. Okay, wait a minute. How many mods are in there? Because, you know, there's been quite a bit of activity, and we've had the bots coming in too. I'm going to make Temsa a mod. Because when you guys aren't around, we need more mods. Because if it's happening like this now, we can only imagine what's going to happen as we move forward. I'm probably saying your name wrong, Temsa, but I made you a mod too. Because there may be times when Kevin's not here, or Sepp is not here, or some of the others. And, you know, anyway, let's get off that. I just want to check flight radar one more time. I doubt it, you know. It's... Oh yeah, daylight is coming in to play now. There's a lot of air traffic. You're welcome. And you tell the people of Iran there are people here in the United States and across the world that send their love and prayers. I would love to bring Mom here and tell you herself. I don't want to get her started. But no apple juice tonight. Tomorrow's a big snowstorm. Oh God, I just thought about that now. The big snowstorm. Dusty, don't you dare go there. Could get 1.5 feet of snow tomorrow. You can only put up with that hate from people. Brian, you've been in here for a minute. You need to be made a mod. And I know I'm going a little mod crazy, but I've seen you here quite often. Would you like to become a mod, Brian? Because believe me, sometimes there's 300-400 people in, and we could see that there's been a little trolling and spamming and, you know, Bean. Anybody that's been here often, just tell me. If you want to be a mod, I'll make you a mod. We'll call it the Mod Army. It means crocodile in Persian. It's a pleasure to meet you, Daniel. Okay, Brian, you're in. But be lenient. Be patient, like the other guys are showing restraint. Just don't do it for the sake of. Give people the opportunity to speak their mind, but if they cross a line, an obvious disrespectful line, then you just do what you got to do. But just show restraint and show a little patience, you know. People have the right to speak their mind and their opinion. As long as it doesn't cross that threshold of being totally disrespectful to, not just to me, to the people in chat. Across the board. We're not going to accept that. They want to come and voice their opinion and show, you know, different opinion, that's fine. It's your choice, not mine, your channel. I'm just some old lady who parks you. You automatically become a mod just because of that, Bean. And then we'll hold off. And what's up, Kyle? Or Jordan. I'll just say Jordan. These folks have been hanging around for quite some time, so we've gotten to know each other. It's not like I'm just picking and choosing as we go here. These folks have been part of the community that we're building during this whole thing that's going on. And I trust them, and I value them. I respect them, and I respect their judgment. So that's how it goes. Whatever you guys think we should do moving forward, and hope you're well too. And I'm assuming you're across the pond with mate. So UK somewhere, well, love to all of you over there. Or maybe even Australia, I don't know. I'm making a major assumption, ain't I? We should set up a Discord and channels and help Bill prepare before he goes live so he can cover. But we got to keep that shit private. We have to figure out a way to do that privately. Because like right now, there are people lurking, watching. You know that. They're observing. We're definitely being monitored. I don't know what the hell happened earlier. I got to set up my VPN and get it going really strong. Because that was very bizarre what happened to Sepp and I earlier. It could have been a YouTube glitch. But that shit was weird, right, Sepp? Salted shells. What's happening? We've been talking about Iran for the last few weeks, generally speaking. Now, with me, I do all kinds of things. Sky watches, gaming, all that. But right now, my focus has been majority Iran. And blessings to you, Marav. And, I'm in my 50s. But the youth, you're the future. You got to, make things right moving forward. KJ, nothing happened earlier. That was super weird, dude. What happened earlier? And you did really good. I was checking you out. I had the phone on the YouTube on the car, and I'm driving, listening to you. And then I stopped because I was waiting for somebody to get out of work. And then that's when I popped in chat. You did really good, Seth. And it's great that you're on with me because those that don't understand English and are here, and there were a few from Iran. Who was just in here? Daniel. He's in Iran. It's important to have someone who speaks the language to communicate directly with them. So you are integral moving forward. Oh, absolutely not, Tammy. Definitely not. Definitely not. And God bless you and your family. And you tell your husband we all appreciate. Well, I'll speak for myself. Thank him for his service. We thank him. And our love and prayers to all of you. Definitely. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about streaming, Sep. You'll be on with me moving forward. I think it's great. And you know what? If other Iranians would like to join the party with Sep, we'll figure out a way. If you want to come on with us, you are more than welcome. No doubt about it. My fire went out and I'm starting to freeze in here. What's the temperature? Oh my God, it's 11 degrees out with a snowstorm coming. But yeah. Sep, we have to figure that out with Discord. Create, like you said. That's a good idea, actually. I got to create a Discord account. And hello to Darvish, Nima Darvish. Listen, we got you. And Sep and I also, behind the scenes, have been talking about a way that we can, not now, but when the time comes in the future, set up somehow, some way, donations that could be made to the Iranian people 100 fucking %. No money in the pockets of myself or Sep if he gets involved. We're talking about it 100% to the Iranian people to help them with their issues with the water, food, whatever it is. Not yet. But when that time comes, and he'll be on the ground, he will be, he's going to be on the first flight back to Iran. He will be the point man on the ground. We're going to try to make this work. We're going to try to figure out a way to help the Iranian people. But it has to be, we have to be sure that it gets to the people. That's the thing. We have to make sure that it gets to the people. You know? And that's going to take some work. But if there's people on the ground there, anything helps. Listen, like I said, I could show you the box right now. I got a box for food pantry ready to go out. Right there. It's around right there. Anything helps. Yes, some type of relief fundraiser, because it's going to take time for people to recover, to rebuild, restructure, when that time comes, because the time is not now. It's not yet, but there will come a time. But, you know, we have to have people that are on the ground that we can trust, that we know that it's going to the people. You know what I mean? What's that? Nima, if you want to speak Persian, you can, and there's plenty of our friends in there that can translate it. So, if that's something you want to do. Well, I'll put my screen on full. Screw that. I'll show my flag. You want to show your flag? I'll show my flag. Take a wait. My dog wants to go outside. So, what time is it? It's 9:15, so 45. What time is it now? 5:45 a.m. About? Internet is banned. Yeah, there's no internet there. Very limited, if anything, with Starlink. Just, Nima, be very careful. Be very careful. Please, someone tell that person to be very careful. Because the bots are going around to see who's saying anything out of Iran to try to track them and get them. You have to protect these people. We have to protect them. They have to be very careful. Got to protect the people. 17 days. That's horrible. But we all send our love to you. Well, most of us send our love to you. Good. Good, Temshat. Make sure you tell. They have to be very careful because it's almost like they're purposely letting some people get access so they could track them, and it's almost like a trap. You got to be very careful. I got to stand up because my back is hurting. You have to be very careful. Yeah, VPN. VPN. I got to get mine rehooked up. I definitely got to get mine rehooked up, my VPN. I have it. I just got to redo it. Yeah, Seb, we got to talk privately. Yeah, I'll call you. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say goodnight to all of you because I've been streaming for quite some time. I don't even know how long. It's been a while. But my love to all of you, regardless. No blah, blah, blah. My love to all of you. Good. Good, Tim. Good. Now, I don't know if that's the Reza that I was been in chat before, but I don't know what that's about. You guys gotta... Is that good or bad? Because I don't know. Oh, my gosh. 5 hours? Oh, my gosh. I'm kind of hungry. You guys got to remember, over here, you want to see what's coming here? I know, I'm crying about it. This is what's happening. I gotta be careful. I shouldn't even put my location. I'm serious. It's like, fuck. I may have to go way away from me just to put the weather on because you never know who the fuck is watching. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. Someplace nearby, but not here. No. Oh, God. What are they saying? Winter storm warning starting at 7. It's 8 degrees. Up to 24 inches. 12 to 18, up to 24 inches. Possible. So I got 2 freaking feet of snow possibly tomorrow. What's up, Coast? Oh, okay. Got you, Temza. And yes, thank you for all being here and participating and contributing in a positive way and helping others. Definitely thank you to Sep. And if anything, there is snow here in Texas. My friend called me from Arkansas. He said he had 6 inches and they were expecting more. And he lives not too far from Little Rock. I'm like, what? What? Oh, God. You guys don't even know. Anyway, I'm going to take a triple. Sep, I'm going to call you in about 10 minutes. Give me about 10 minutes because I got to get the fire going and take care of a few things around the house. But I'm going to call you before you go to bed because it's got to be getting late in Vienna. Anyway, is that Carmen? Oh, my God, it's Carmen. I haven't seen you God knows how long. My love to you. Oh, my gosh. Now I know who that is. Anyway, love to everybody. Be well, be blessed, be safe, and see everybody. If anything happens, which I highly doubt, but if anything does, I'll come back. If not, I'll see everybody tomorrow in the afternoon, and we'll do this all over again. So have a great night, everybody. Love to the people. And God bless you all, and I'm praying for you. Mom and I are definitely praying for you.